Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream day 113. So today, similar to like yesterday, we're going to be starting it normally by just, working towards our final 200, doing a bunch of combat and all that. However, we do have the Q&A today. This is the third Q&A that they have ever held. The first one was a AMA on Reddit, which they ended up just doing in text form. Then they did a Q&A with the community manager on Telltales, and that was, I think about a month ago, and that was with the community manager answering everything. And now they're doing it in text form again. They were originally going to stream this, but the week that we were away was also the week that the community manager ended up getting sick. So yeah, they didn't end up streaming all the replies. However, I believe he has like a whole text document thing that he's going to be posting sometime today. It has not been posted yet, similar to the beta yesterday where it kind of happened midway through the stream. So once we do have info on that, we will go over. It is supposed to drop today. We just don't know the exact time. And given their time zone, it should be within the next like 4 or 5-ish hours. So yeah, we'll keep streaming until it does, if it doesn't come out by then. It should be in the next hour or two, I would assume, though. Similar to around the time that the beta dropped yesterday. But I don't know, just gonna have to wait and see. And just patiently wait for the Q&A to arrive as we just grind out our final skill. We're almost there. 126 Scout. If we really power grinded, we could get it done in 2 days. Realistically, I'm going to go and spread it across 3 and get it done on Friday. I think tomorrow we'll do a few small things in the alt while also coming back and doing a little bit more combat, obviously, on our main. As I believe we can finally get halfway mark completion for all quests. Both my 2 alts can do Lost Shipment tomorrow, so we'll probably do that on stream. It'll also be the final quest that we ever do pre-combat rework, as anything beyond that. Oh yeah, we can test the difference with it. Oh, that would be perfect too. Let's go see what a boss fight looks like before the update and after. Oh, that'll work out perfectly. All I have to do is log them out in front of the boss store, and then if we save their file to the beta, we can actually see the difference of how easy or hard the boss fight is at their current level compared to after the rework, because they should absolutely obliterate it. They're like level 49 guard, like I think they're 48 and 49, so they're going to be a really, really high level compared to the level 30s you normally need to fight. However, they're skilled differently after the update, so watch you be able to get to see that firsthand. It's actually something I forgot to test when we were messing around with everything. Mostly because I don't have any alt that is ready to go do a quest, and it would take way too long to go and get to the point where you can, because Diabolus doesn't really count. That's not really a real fight. You'd have to go grind 25 fishing, which is pretty much something no one's going to do, unless they already have an account ready to go. So yeah, we'll actually test that tomorrow then, both in the main game and obviously on the beta, to see how big of a difference it is, because they now scale up to your level, or something. I forget exactly how they work. I think they go based on your high stripe plus a number or something. I don't know, figure it out. They're going to be level 30 in the base game while we're level 49, so we'll see what the difference is after. I think the accounts are around level 115, 120-ish, combat-wise. So we'll see exactly what level our enemy is when we do that tomorrow then. Perfect, I kind of forgot about that. It was one of the few things we didn't test. One of the other ones was trying to craft a combination of like crafted and non-crafted gear to see what the price would come out to. It seemed like it worked perfectly fine for the other thing that we end up making, so it's probably fine the way that it combines. It ends up combining pretty perfectly. It might even literally just take all their numbers together and just add them up. But I still never got to test like a combination of crafted and non-crafted, just because we didn't have a guardian shield to go do it with. Hello, MK Jets! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Yeah, it feels nice to have everything back in order after the whole floor thing. It's just been almost a week now, but it feels so tame compared to last week. Makes me almost never want to move, having to pack everything up like that again. It is so time consuming. Honestly, my back still somewhat hurts from that. I need to be more careful to lift from my legs rather than from my back. Yeah, we're still going to be doing a bunch of gathering. One thing that's interesting about this potion is we recently hit 219, so we can finally go and start making the potions again. I was wanting to maximize how much of the +4 boost potion we could do, and we finally capped that out as of last night, and currently unlocking this passive, which we're probably actually not going to be doing. After I was doing the math a little bit more, it's like, it's probably not worth it. So we're probably skipping this potion. or at absolute most making like one of them at some point for the first time bonus and just have a little bit of the extra bonus, I guess. But beyond that, yeah, I plan to mostly just start doing our potions then, so we can get to 238. Because after the current proposed rework, they could be going back on it though. But based on the current proposed rework, potions like this are 100% free to go make. This profits about 5 times what they cost from the shop in the beta currently. Is it going to stay like that? We don't know. But the potion, I believe, sells for like 16. But the supplies to make it are like 5, 6 silver. So you're making like 3 times your money. Whereas right now, if you were to buy the supplies, you burn like half your money. But now you more than double it under the new system. They could nerf that before it comes out. I have a feeling they will. I kind of hope they do. Otherwise, potions like that are going to be so broken, particularly post 200. It'll also make it so it's almost never worth picking up monster drops as far as alchemy supplies. Is why pick up something that's like 1 or 2 silver when you could pick up like this body right here that even at this low level range is worth like 5, 6 silver. Warmer weather is nice. Yeah, it has been so cold the last other weeks. We finally got snow for the first time ever a couple weeks ago. We actually would have gotten it twice if it would have snowed on one of the days that it was super cold as well. This area hasn't gotten snow in like 7 or 8 years. I was at the bank the other month when we already had like snow like once by then. And yeah, it seemed like it was the first time not only that we got snow in like 8-ish years, which I knew that, but yeah, in the last like 20-ish years, it's only ever snowed like 3 times in this area. One of which being earlier this year. And one of them I wasn't even around because it was snowed in New Jersey. So I wasn't even around when it snowed in this area. And the other time I actually remember because I was actually in high school marching band. And because we had a weekend competition, I actually had to bring the outfit with me back home. And it was so warm because we ended up doing like the pep band thing on Friday for the football game. But then we had the Saturday marching band competition. So I just literally brought the marching band uniform back home with me. And it was funny because it's so absurdly warm. But when it's snowing, it feels so comfortable. Like, normally it's way too warm and stuffy. But, hey, when you're in, like, a snowstorm, it's like, ooh, it's actually nice now. It feels weird seeing your character gather on your stream. Oh, is that you? Oh, yeah, it is. Krydak. Nice. Yeah, I saw you earlier this morning. I ended up dying here. You probably saw us die because I was AFKing so hard while right before the stream. I actually AFK'd. It's one of the reasons why we have double Dandelion. Normally I only grab 2. Lately I've been grabbing 4. But I should never have 8. The only reason we'd ever have 8 is because we died. Whoops. I was AFKing a little bit too hard earlier. In all fairness, we are the exact level of them. It's 126 to 126, so... the biggest issue is we're really under-geared for armor right now. Oh yeah, I don't have the tab open. Let me go do that. I don't really have it off because I try to keep it a little bit more minimal when I'm off-stream. But I like having it on stream. Like, our weapons, really good for once. I crafted this 120, but the other 2 we got as drops. I got this 112 Fire Sword as a drop, and it's 1% off from Perfect. And we got this Frost thingy as a drop, which is perfectly fine. It gets the job done for now. I do have a weapon slightly better than at the moment, but due to its higher attack speed, I'm actually just favoring using this instead. Especially since the next enemy we're fighting is weak to blue. It's only like a 6-7 power difference compared to the other thing. But the biggest issue right now is our armor. Our weapons, while really good, we're so behind on armor right now. So far behind. You were trying to play while working? Nice, nice. Yeah, I was multitasking with it earlier as well. That's how we end up dying. Generally, when you're paying attention, you should theoretically never die. Also, we are probably going to be doing raid dens. Raid dens are still up in the air on if they're going to be nerfed into the ground or actually viable. Hopefully the Q&A today, someone would have asked that, and we might get a more definitive answer. I also hope he answers if the current raid dens are more so a bug at the moment, or intended to be this way, or what they're planning to do. Because it does seem like raid dens are slightly nerfed after the patch. It depends on your level range, on if they are about the same or slightly nerfed. But there's a lot of level ranges where they are slightly nerfed compared to now. Or even massively nerfed, depending on your level range. Hello, Sonny. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys been having a wonderful week. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Because I need to get to at least 315 detective, ideally, before the update. Regardless what happens. So we have the ability to do investigations from 315 to 344. So that's a good, basically 12 detective levels. Maybe 11. If you count all the dailies that we get along the line, we gotta manually do about 11, like 10 to 11 detective levels. Either through AFK raid dens, or... Actually, that's it. I was gonna mention another thing. That's the only option. Is AFK raid dens, because the other investigation thing probably isn't worth doing. But you'd have to get about 11 from raid dens alone. And the rest would come in through the daily thingy. But if anyone does see them posting the Q&A, do let me know. I'm not sure where they're posting it. I believe they're posting it to Twitter. I mean, not Twitter, to Reddit, I think. So if I just keep refreshing this page, I believe we'll see it eventually. From what I can tell, it is currently not there. I see the page for the submissions, but I don't see the page for the answers. Unless he's answering them on the submission page. Let's see. No, it's not there. Okay, yeah, he's doing a separate post for it, from what I could tell. Because it's not there. But hopefully in the next few hours it will be. Yeah, I really can't wait till we finally have true 200 all, and then we can just grind whatever we feel like. We'll still be focused on a couple things. But now we can kind of just do whatever objective once we finally end up getting that. Also, you know one of the things we actually got to go do? We got a lot of production we got to go do. I want to go clear out every raw material from my banks if we can. Like all of our potion supplies that are worth actually making into a potion. All of our bone right, blacksmith, stonemason supplies, stuff like that. I think I have a good days or two's worth of just production stuff that we've been putting off. That would partially be done off stream, partially on stream. But we can finally train alchemy now that we got to 219. It's the main thing that's been bottlenecking us this entire time is the lack of getting past this one AFK potion that we need 1 billion of. And now that we're finally past it, we can actually focus on, you know, making potions. And it'd be really beneficial to have 238 alchemy before the update, in case they do buff alchemy through the roof. Because this is our next viable potion if they do. The next one after that, unfortunately, isn't all the way until, like, 383. It's a bit of a gap. But this 238 could last us all the way... Well, bare minimum, we had to already do 277. But even at 277, honestly, I might still keep doing it. And try to get to some of the better AFK potions. Like, for example, Stonewall Hill. 8% AFK is pretty huge. In preparation for Stonewall Hill down the line. For when we do post 200 skills. So hello, Cervelian! Hello, Beast! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Looking forward to the Q&A. Did you ask any questions? Yes, I did ask one. Technically 2 in my post. But hopefully they answered the first one that was there. Because the second one is already answered by the update itself. I wasn't expecting them to release the beta. But my second question was how was all the, like, the rarity curves and everything going to work with the new crafting system and everything. But, yeah, we could already see that from the beta. I don't think they definitively mention it anywhere. However, the beta itself basically shows you how it works. You just have to do it long enough to kind of see where all the ranges are and everything. Like, for example, at 1000 combat, you get perfect items. Which is probably what a lot of content's going to be scaled to then. Level 1000 seems like it's going to be their max level, quote-unquote. Which makes sense, because that's about where 200 all is. It's slightly higher than 200 all in the current state of the game. But based on where the new system is, 200 all does look like, or actually technically about 250 all, looks like about roughly where they consider quote-unquote max combat. It's given that, I don't know, I guess actually it's technically 200 all. Because if we take into account Chapter 5 existing, and the fact that gear might only cap at 2,500, because it's going to be going to some kind of new system, yeah, they could basically consider 200 all to be max level then, which makes sense. Because a lot of this game is basically like that. Where 200 is like quote-unquote max level. Obviously, it's not actual max level. But a lot of things in the game consider 200 to be max level. So any content in the future is likely to be scaled at absolute max to 200. Where having higher might be beneficial, but is not required for most content. Yeah, that's exactly where they put perfect weaponry. Where obviously perfect weaponry still gets better after that. But, you know, it's still where they kind of consider you to be like maxed out, essentially. Even though you're not actually the highest number. But it's where they expect people to basically grind towards. They don't expect people to get 500 all, obviously. Hello, Yusef! Welcome, welcome, welcome. But I'm looking forward to the Q&A. The main question I end up asking is if they're ever going to allow you to be able to change your drop table. So currently as a Cryo Knight, obviously, we primarily get Cryo Knight items. And ever so occasionally you get 3-star Guardian and Stonemason items. My question is, are we ever going to be able to change that to prioritize different items? Like, as a Cryo Knight, could I change it to prioritize getting Hammer Mage items or anything similar to that? Will your crafting skills end up affecting that? Will your, you know, can you, like, switch a switch to basically make it so you get, like, a higher variety? The main reason for this is when trading comes out, the value of Cryo Knight gear is probably going to be the lowest of any class in the game, because Guardian gear is substantially harder to make, and Hammer Mage gear has a few really hard makes, the most notable one being the two-hand yellow weapon that requires Deathstone and U-Pole. It's probably the most notorious one as far as being hard to craft. Well, all of them have a U-Pole related item. The one on Hammer Mage is not only one of their best in slots and a really good item, but also Deathstone adds increased complexity to it, as Deathstone is so expensive that you can never really buy it from a shop. You basically have to go and gather it yourself. But, yeah, there's currently no way to change your drop table. And I was curious if there were ever going to be a way. Because that will also allow you to make better gear. Like, if you could switch to a Guardian or Hammer Mage. Like, right now, I think I need a Guardian... I need a Guardian armor piece in order to upgrade my armor. And I need a Hammer Mage weapon to be able to upgrade my weapon. But I have no way of making my drop rate better for that, currently. I could go craft it myself. Or at least not for Armor Maker, but, you know, I could craft it myself with, like, the... which one did I say I'm missing? I think I'm missing Stonemason for a weapon. So I could, like, you know, we can go out of our way to go do that. But there's not a combat-oriented way to really do that other than get lucky in the current state of the game. There's a crafting way to do it, but there's not a combat alternative other than just keep grinding until you get lucky. There's no way to adjust your drop table in that regard. Yeah, I believe it's like 2, 3, 4 times more likely that you get your class gear when it comes to a 3-star. And obviously you never get 4-star for a different class. But when it comes to 3 stars, I believe it's like... I want to say at least 2/3 of your drop table. And then the other 1/3 is split like half and half between the other two. It's like somewhere's around there. Because I can see that having long-term issues due to the number of Cryo Knights in the game relative to how easy Cryo Knight gear is to make for most things. Cryo Knight's in like the middle ground of a lot of classes, where it doesn't do anything necessarily the best, but nothing really the worst. It does do some things the best though. But generally whenever there's like a triple thing in the game, it's balanced in between the other two classes. So it doesn't gain as much of a benefit from some things, but also doesn't gain as much of a detriment from some things. But it's in a real weird middle ground where it's optimal for very, very few things because of that. And one of those being its gear prices being so absurdly low due to how easy it is to craft, which is a good thing, the fact that it can craft gear so easily. But also a bad thing when trading comes out. For Iron Man players, it's really good though. For Iron Man Cryo Knights. But it's pretty bad for trading Cryo Knights with how it's going to ultimately likely work when a proper market gets into the game. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. I am curious to see if they do answer it, and if they do answer it, how they're going to go about answering it. Because the most ideal thing is if they make it so your levels in the various skills can actually help enhance the drop rate of it to some degree. Or you get slightly more 3 and 4 stars if you have your corresponding level higher. But also potentially increasing the chance that you get, you know, like Hammer Mage or Guardian or Cryo Knight equipment based on if you have the skill leveled. I don't have to wait and see. Because right now these three have no effect on combat at all at the moment. Not that they necessarily should, but they could. Answer, no, next question, I know, right? No, I think they'll given that they're writing out responses, they're going to be a little bit longer, I assume, than just yes or no for most things. But you never know. I'll have to wait and see. It's just a rather unique issue that Cryo Knights have, and somewhat Hammer Mages, but not an issue at all that Guardian has. If anything, Guardian has like the inverse issue, that there's not enough Guardians in the game to supply the amount of gear that you need for Guardian. Both because of how annoying it is to make with Bone Rite, but also because of just the lower population of Guardians in the game. Because they still benefit from that system as well, as there'll be more Guardian equipment available for trading. Even if they themselves aren't getting it through combat or through crafting. He's basically, it just helps to equalize all gear between the classes. It's gonna make it so one class doesn't have like 2, 3, 4 times higher gear prices, which could potentially happen when the trading comes out, particularly for Guardian. Guardian has to be Andrew's favorite. Honestly, you know what looks really, really clean, other than this 4-star that we just got on the ground? Nice. But you know what else looks really clean? Oh, we finally fixed our armor issue. But, we were wielding all the capes, the new capes. And the Hope Forest cape actually looks insane with the new green tree on it. Every Guardian needs to go get it. It is so good. The only reason we're not is because we're going to mine the Matubin one. But the 200 and 500 Hope Forest cape is so, so clean. And it's the skills you need to get anyways if you're going to be playing a Guardian. But it looks so much better with the tree on it compared to before. And same as mine's Matubin cape. These two got a huge buff visually. Hopeport I feel like got a nerf. And Chronopolis is pretty neutral. Didn't really get worse or better. Honestly, I would have picked Guardian if Cryo Knight didn't exist. If I had to choose between just Guardian and Hammer Mage, I would definitely go Guardian. Yeah, I gotta be really paranoid with getting all these alchemy supplies here. This is actually the thing we need for our next potion. And if you buy them all from the shop, you burn half your money. Unfortunately, these things are only like 6 or 7 silver each. I believe the other one is 6, this is around 7. Which is kind of ironic, because the one that's easier to bank and worth more EXP is worth more money. Like, the one that's actually better to gather is worth more. The only reason we're gathering these is because they're right next to the spawn, or, you know, right next to the enemy we need to kill. But if there were some of these in the other room, we would just be collecting the things in the other room. I wouldn't even be bothering with these, just buy them for the shop. As the other one is both better EXP and better value. At about 1 silver more and about like 30% more EXP. I was actually planning on doing these all the way to 208, by the way. We might probably still need to. After we get like 200 scout, and we come back to go finish out the gatherer grind, I'm going to be doing off of dandelions. It's not really worth doing off the other bone. But whatever I don't have by the time we hit 200 combat, when I go for 208, it's going to be off of dandelion. Which will work out great because it should offset all of the globe plants that we're getting from combat right now. Since right now I believe we do have more globe plants than dandelion. But by the end we'll have more dandelion and globe plant. Have I asked anything about alchemy? Oh, I sent them a whole write-up through an email. But I sent them a really, really, really long email. They haven't replied back to it, probably because they get in a lot of emails. Also, it was really long. If you were to reply back to everything in that email, it would probably take like an hour. I wrote a really long email. Or at least long relative to me. I'm pretty sure people write longer emails than that. It's at least the longest email I've written in a very long time, that's for sure. Probably like the last decade. I was mostly on all the combat rework stuff related to the beta. A few other things as well, but mostly on the beta. Like 80% on the beta. Do I know the percentages between Guardian, Knight, and Mage? No, they've never shared it publicly. If I had to guess, it's somewhere around 40% Crown Knight, 35% Hammer Mage, and 25% Guardian. Or whatever the remaining percent is, I believe it's 25. If I had to guess some numbers. Like, Crown Knight should be the highest by like a percent or 2 or 3. Then Hammer Mage right below it by a percent or 2 or 3. And then Guardian taking up whatever on earth the rest is. Between that number difference. So Cryo Knight at bare minimum is like 37%. Hammer Mage at bare minimum is like 35, 34%. And Guardian is whatever the difference is. What did I like and dislike about the combat rework? The only thing I really disliked is the way that they nerfed the pricing of all alchemy related to combat, as it really messes with how you train alchemy. It also makes it so it's never worth picking up any alchemy supplies ever again after the rework. But beyond that, with some of the alchemy changes they made, I was either neutral or liked every change they made. But yeah, that was the only change I would say that was bad, at least personally to me. But aside from the alchemy changes, I liked absolutely everything with the patch, or neutral to the patch. Because honestly, I don't really care if they merge everything or not merge everything. It will change how some things are done in the future. It does make combat a little bit more enticing to actually train. Since now we know if a boss is going to be coming out, we don't have to worry about, oh, is it going to be a Hopeport boss? Is it going to be a Hope Forest boss? How's it going to work? But we don't need to worry about that now. We just have one unifying combat level. So we just need to get number up. Also, max combat is likely around 1,000. In a sense where they're going to be scaling a lot of early to mid-game content when stuff does start coming out. Like raids, bosses, stuff like that. A lot of them are probably going to be scaled to 1,000 or lower. So as long as you get to 1,000 combat, you should be fine. We're almost there. By the time we finish 200 scout, I believe we could convert it to around 850, 900 under the new system. So we're almost at the 1,000 we need to be able to do any combat feature when it comes out. As I highly doubt they're scaling most beyond that, at least initially. Maybe down the line it will be. But I don't believe any content's going to be coming in the next year that's going to be scaled above 1,000. As far as like unique content, like a boss or a raid whenever they do have them. Maybe it will be, but I'm pretty doubtful they would. Assuming it has only one level. If it has multiple scaling levels, then that's a different story. But if they're just going to add one static boss, it's going to be something like, you know, a 500, an 800, 1,000, something like that. They're not going to release like a level 1,800 boss as the first one. That would definitely not happen. Do I consider combat as a nerfed moneymaker? They nerfed the alchemy profit you can make. So technically, if they go through with what they did, yes, they did nerf the money from combat. However, they technically buffed it as long as they revert alchemy supplies back to where they were. As the way that the storage rift works now, it'll actually be viable to pick up everything from the ground. You may notice I keep a lot of stuff on the ground at the lower level range. Just because it's generally not worth the time to go into storage rift and organize it and keep selling it and all that. Compared to just grabbing more alchemy supplies. But after the update, it is. Because you're going to have like 80, 90 storage for all your gear. That's a lot of storage. Like a lot of storage compared to now. Because you just have one big unifying box rather than a bunch of little mini boxes that have a really small cap. So it's actually really convenient to pick up every single drop. You can get like 3 full inventories full, storage rift all of them, and still have storage left over. And still fill up your entire inventory with something. So profit from combat is actually buffed. Your alchemy value that you'll be getting is nerfed. But the amount of money you make per hour from drops on the ground is actually increased. Not because you're necessarily making more money per item, you should be making it almost about the same. But, unless you're like 500 compared to like low levels. But if you have them all relatively even, you should be making about the same money from profit as far as like the value of your drops. The main thing is different is it's a lot easier to store and sell them compared to before. So you can camp combat for way longer before you have to keep banking. Even more so if you have Branolf Inheritance completed. Because I believe that's like 16 extra storage or 12 extra storage or something. On top of your already massive storage that you're going to have. Yeah, at higher level range, it is in the current state of the game worth picking up the better alchemy supplies from the ground. But after the rework, you will literally let every single one die and rot on the ground. With how it's currently balanced. Unless there's a bank like nearly on top of your location. Like for example, these golden apples, if these guys still drop golden apples after the update at the high level range. Like that's still worth banking because it's so close to a bank. It's actually closer than even doing apples through the other thing. The only reason I'm not going for this lower tier one is just not worth it. But it's actually the most efficient potion in Hope Forest because the 10% is way too far away. but banking the drops that you get from enemies for the 8% is actually not that bad of value, even after the update. So there are still a few that are worthwhile. It's just a lot of the ones from combat they've nerfed into the ground, because you could just buy them for like 2 or 3 silver each, which is way better than constantly banking them over and over again. With the only exception being if the bank is absurdly close. Yeah, generally it is better to get a full inventory of gear than a full inventory of alchemy supplies. It depends at your level range, though. Like, at our current level range, it's better to do alchemy, as these are worth about 6 or 7 silver each, whereas our average drop on the ground is worth, a 1 star is worth about 6 stars here. If I go check. Like, this is worth 6. That's probably worth about 8 or 9. But every single one of these that we bank is 6 or 7 silver saved. Each one of these is about 6 silver, each one of these is like 7 silver. So right now it is slightly better to not have to deal with constantly teleporting back and everything, and simply just bank all these. But under the new system, you can actually just storage rift all of these. The only reason I'm not doing that now is I have so limited storage. I think I only have like 10 storage for this chapter, so we'd end up filling it up almost immediately. But after the update, we're gonna have like 80, 90-ish spare storage that we can use for it. Because right now the problem with it is a lot of your storage is untuned storage, which doesn't work on stuff already tuned to the chapter. And of course you have a separate storage for every single chapter, which gets combined after the update. So you get way more. Like bare minimum like 70, 80. I forget what the exact count is, but I know it's pretty high. As it's basically the exact amount of storage you have now, but just one big storage rather than chapter divided. Which is the biggest issue with doing it now, is it's all chapter divided, so you get so little chapter storage. We'd fill it up within half of an inventory would fill it up. Whereas under the new system, you could do about 3.5 to 4 inventories before you fill it. Of gear. Did stonemason get buffed along blacksmithing? Yes, all 3 of them got buffed. I only tested for blacksmithing because it's my highest. But yes, all 3 of these got buffed. Bonewright, stonemason, and blacksmith all got buffed in profit from doing the production skill, which I hope they keep as is. Originally they said they weren't going to try buffing the profit from it, but they ultimately did with the changes they made, and I hope they actually keep it that way, because these 3 skills have been needing a buff for so long. They're the 3 most notorious skills in the entire game to just knowledge dump on, because they have such a low knowledge rate if you count the full process, as well as really low profit rate if you count the full process. So, like, I think at our smithing level we make like 600 silver an hour if you count the process of mining, then smithing it into a bar, then making it into a product, then selling all the product. It is only like 600 silver an hour at the current smithing level, whereas after the update it's almost like 1 gold an hour, which is still not great compared to some options, obviously, but it's better than it was before. Makes it a little bit more enticing to actually train them rather than just knowledge dump them all the way. But yeah, I hope they don't roll back that change. I haven't really seen anyone complaining about it, so hopefully they keep it as is. Because it's actually a really good change that all 3 of them have been needing since day 1. Because they've all been needing a little bit of a buff to justify actually doing how slow they are. And based on the current beta, they actually are doing that buff with the patch. It's not a huge buff, you're still going to get the same knowledge per hour, but your profit at various given level ranges is slightly better. Not by a lot, depending on your level range it might only be a few % higher. But at some level ranges, at some material, it's anywhere from like 30 to 60% more profit. Like at our level range of 266 while doing 197 iron, we were making around 50% more money per item. It was like 55, 58%, somewhere around there. Like slightly under 60. Compared to now. But you have to keep in mind, it's a 197 material at 266, so it's not the best XP rate we could be getting. But we get a lot of good profit for it. So you're trading off slightly better XP rate for slightly more profit. Which is perfectly fine. Especially if you already have them banked or needed to make something out of it. Like if we need a rapier or shield or something similar. How do we level Builder in episode 5? We don't currently know. We actually know very little about Builder. We know a decent amount about how stuff like Armor Maker will probably work. As well as Delver. But we know basically nothing at all about Builder. Out of anything coming in Chapter 5, it is the thing we know the absolute least about. We don't know how you train it. We don't know what the reward space is like. We don't know if it burns more money than it makes, which it probably does. We don't know if it's going to have bounties or not. Yeah, Builder is likely to be really, really good to get up. Like, it's definitely going to be on, like, the top 3, top 5 priority for skills you should be dumping knowledge into, most likely. It really just comes down to what the reward space is like for it. Because if it's just a few shortcuts here and there, it might not be that worthwhile. But it also depends how good some of those shortcuts are. And also if they apply to every chapter. I think they did make some mention that it would here and there. Like some things with Builder would actually apply to other chapters. These various shortcuts or be able to build like a storage rift somewhere that you normally wouldn't have access to or something similar. Or some really, really good buffs for the long term of some skills. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. I'm still hoping that you can make a little bit of a mini hub town. Where you can set up a few facilities. I'm also hoping for auto production. Which I highly doubt they're going to be adding in Chapter 5. But I really want it at some point. Like the ability to auto process things that you're too high of a level for. For example, it is not worth for me to go make, at my current level range, something like a... I don't know, 7% Minds of Matubin potion. But what if I have a bunch of 7% Minds of Matubin potion supplies? Or 6% and stuff like that. Like, it's not worth me to make the potion, XP-wise. But I still have the supplies. But there's no, like, auto maker that gives you, like, no EXP. But still processes stuff slowly over time that you could, like, put it into. And I'm hoping something like that eventually comes into the game. Particularly for Iron Man players. Obviously, as a main account, you can just sell them out. Which is what we're going to do when trading comes up, most likely. Or send them to an alt. But when it comes to Iron Man players, they kind of need something like that. Like auto production things. I believe Invention has it quite a bit in RuneScape. A lot of MMOs end up utilizing it. I know Albion Online went pretty heavy with it, with production thingies. Even more casual MMOs like Palia that we played last year has auto production things. Where you just put all your supplies in and it just does it over time. Like you don't have to be manually like doing it for XP or anything, it just does it. I do really like how they do carpentry in that game, or building, or whatever you call it. What is that term that you would call it? I guess it's called furniture maker, technically, the way it's used in that game. But whenever you like make the planks and everything, you gain no EXP. But you get EXP for when you do the final step of actually making something. It actually kind of works how Old School RuneScape does. Where you don't get EXP for making the plank, but you get EXP, or any of the supplies related to the craft. But you get EXP all the way at the end for the actual final product. So you don't get EXP for making light bulbs or planks or anything like that, but you do get EXP for the final step of what you create. Which is kind of like the whole point of the auto production things. Like if you put something in an auto producer, like the example from before, the 7% Minds of Matubin potion, you won't get any alchemy XP, but you will still get the effect of the potion. So when we drink it for 7% extra Minds of Matubin XP, obviously we still get that. We wouldn't get the alchemy XP for having created it. But it would slowly auto-produce on its own over time. I'm not sure if something like that will be coming in with Builder, but I do hope they get a mechanic like that eventually. As otherwise, Iron Man will have a lot of spear useless material that they don't need. And the market's going to be overly flooded with all low-tier material just being so cheap. If nothing else, it'll make an early game really easy for a lot of people. Alchemy supplies that would normally cost like 3 to 5 silver would probably cost like 1 silver each. Because no one needs them at the higher level range. Yeah, the knowledge rate that you get for alchemy and production skills is always the same. But the EXP rate is really bad if you're doing anything like a few levels below. Like for alchemy, the furthest you can go is like 3 potions down. If you go anything further than 3 potions down, you're getting almost no EXP compared to what you could be getting. So like right now at 209, the only potions I can really make are the 209 Fear, which is what for this material is for right now. That we're literally gathering as we speak. But the 209 Fear, the Strength Arbores, the other Strength Arbore, and maybe the Hillport Potion are like the only potions I can really make right now that are even worthwhile to any degree. I'd probably still make these 35% heals though, but that's like the lowest I'll probably go. I'm not even sure if I'm going to process my 32% heals. Unless I'm really desperate for a pinch of alchemy XP and I just kind of want to AFK them at some point. But that's like the lowest of lowest I can go. I cannot go any further than that. Like when Stonewall Hill comes out, I cannot make the 7% pot. It is way too low. Especially since their alchemy will be even higher by then. But realistically, the lowest we can go is like 4 down, which is the 10% Hope Port. Ideally, even only 3 down. Which means by the time we hit something like the 277 Strength Cryone, we basically can't craft any potion that is pre-200. Otherwise, their EXP rate is just so bad. Because if we go back from there, 3 down is the Fear. At absolute most, maybe we'd make like the 80 Arbory or something. But otherwise, we're losing out on like 50% XP per hour, if not more. Ooh, that's a nice upgrade. Not as good as our 4-star earlier, but hey, our armor's finally making a comeback. We were in almost like full 2-star earlier, but now we're in almost full 3-star with a 4-star. Not too bad. Hey, what level am I right now? We're level, 128. I'll probably try to snake at 130. I don't know, I kind of want to stay near the alchemy supplies. Maybe we'll go all the way to 132 before we go back to snake. Or go to the snake for the first time. I don't have the first time bonus on it yet. Hopefully no one's taking our double spot. I'm probably going to go all the way until we can use our blue weapon. So we got to go all the way at least until we can get to the little green creature guy. Ideally to the point where we can AFK him. We actually have a fire sword too that I haven't actually had the chance to use at all. I believe by that level range it's not even going to be worth using though. Did you buy the poplar logs when you did the carpentry grind? No, I mostly just skipped poplar trees in its entirety. I grabbed like 100 so I'd have a few hundred banked for carpentry down the line, or for bone rate down the line I mean. But beyond that, I just ignored them. Poplars are actually really, really, really bad. Like absurdly so. It is the only one tree I would say is definitively worth skipping every time unless you're a guardian. It also has almost no multi-skilling synergy. The only one time you can kind of multi-skill it is if you're around like the 248 for Thistle and you want to drop them rather than bank them. This is like the only time it has pretty good multi-skilling. Is if you're around like the 248 to 300-ish Gatherer level and you want to drop every Thistle to the ground. But aside from that very niche level range, you should pretty much always skip Poplar. Other than just a few for the first time bonus and just to have some in the bank. In case of emergency. But the only real exception being if you're a guardian. But even then, it might just be worthwhile just to buy from the shop. Oh, by the way, these guys aren't weak to blue, by the way. Our previous enemy was the bear, and the next enemy is the viper. But this one is not weak to blue. I just don't have a better weapon. Because they auto-range you, and their only weakness is green, and Crown Knight has no green melee. There's no point in really going out of our way to make a new weapon. Well, you can always do the log below when it comes to Juniper. I mean, when it comes to Poplar, you could do Juniper instead, I mean. Because I believe Juniper is normally below it, right? Let's see. I know it wasn't the other one. Or Suave in this case. Oh, no, yeah, Juniper. Yeah, you normally can just camp Juniper for longer. Juniper is 0 tile to bank. Like, literally 0 tile. It's not 0 time, but it is 0 tile. It is the closest a resource can possibly be to a storage rift in the entire game. It's also really AFK and chill to do. Because there's a really consistent loop back and forth over and over again. It also works really good for an XP potion. But no, you normally just camp Juniper for longer. Or just skip Poplar. As Juniper's banking is as perfect as you could ever get. Because you physically can't get better than 0 tile. The only problem is they're not as good for Carpenter XP. Like, the ratio of woodcutting to Carpenter XP is a little bit worse for Carpenter. But when accounting for banking time, it still comes out to be better. But it does leave your two skills a little bit uneven if you're not dumping knowledge into Carpenter. As I believe you are banking more woodcutting than Carpenter when doing them. The other issue with that, of course, is Bramble whenever you do that for woodcutting. We haven't hit a post 200 Bramble yet, but we're about to pretty soon. 234 all the way to Juniper at 251. 2 trees in a row that aren't as good for a Carpenter. Bramble because it gives none, and Juniper because it gives a lower ratio compared to many other logs that have a 2-step. As both this and Ash Plank give a bit worse per, like, the ratio of woodcutting to Carpenter, because they're only a 1-step instead of a 2-step. Honestly, after doing woodcutting to 200, it's actually really chill with Cubable Action. Cubable Action really saved woodcutting. Woodcutting was kind of meh to me early on in the game. Just because there was like no AFK method or anything like that. But after Cubable Action, woodcutting is actually really, really chill. Especially because it has a quicker respawn time compared to other nodes. Compared to like mining, fishing, forge, or other stuff. It actually has a slightly quicker respawn for trees. Which works really good with Cubable Action. As well as multi-skilling it with Gatherer. Which is actually what we gotta go do when we go do it. We're gonna be doing the 197 Pine into the 197 Pine into the 189 Bitterfruit. Of course, dropping every Bitterfruit. It's a bit worse compared to doing something like the Dandelion in the other room. But it's 0 tile XP for every single one. There's 4 fruits that are all 0 tile while doing pine trees. Which honestly might be the first grind I do after 200 all. Since we're already in Hope Forest, might as well finish out Hope Forest while we're here. Finish out 216 Carp, 208 Woodcutter, 208 Gatherer. Go a little bit deeper on Gatherer so we have the supplies for Chef finally. Because then I can start doing everything for cookie contracts again. I have been taking them here and there. I've been getting really unlucky. I've actually gotten there 3 times without having any sentry, any scrap merchant, or any of them that were 5 or below. Other than this one right here. I've been so lucky on the last few things. I've actually been checking it. But the last few times I've been checking, I've been getting nothing at all. Other than just banking a supply of random junk. Because I've been starting to bank cooking supplies every time we go into the room. Before I would normally do like 12 bacon sandwich or 10 bacon sandwich or something similar. But now I've just been doing a whole inventory of whatever I need for my current cooking contracts. Should you bank Bonerite material from Gatherer? At lower level range is probably not worth it. I feel like I definitely overbanked them. Tier 4 and above, they're probably worth banking. Bone Spike you should always bank, regardless. But the other 3 are pretty far from a bank. For tier 4 and above, particularly tier 5 and above, you probably should bank them. But in the lower tier ones, I'm pretty sure Bone Spike's the only one worth doing. I technically did bank almost all of them for all levels. But Bone Spike's technically the only one worth doing. And tier 4, 5, and above being worth it for everything beyond that. That reminds me, I never did try the femur room ever since they updated it a few weeks ago. They moved it so it wasn't over top the AFK activity. And I never actually checked to see where they moved it, because I haven't done femur shard since then. Nor will I be anytime soon. Because to be able to do femur, we need to do, gosh. To be able to do femur again without going out of our way, we'd need 304 Gatherer. Which is why I haven't checked it yet. Because it's outside my current level range. And obviously I'm not getting 304 Gatherer anytime soon. Eventually, yes. No time soon, though. Your bone rate level is so low, but you can always dump knowledge on it. Also, if you're a low enough level, you can just buy everything from the shop. At lower level range, it's not that bad. At the higher level range, it becomes a little bit too pricey to do that, because you're really loaded for merchant or something else. But at the low level range, they're cheap enough that with how much money you get back, it's worth just buying them a lot of times. You can get away with that up to about 100 bone rate, and then just start knowledging it. Really? This is exactly what happened before the stream. With the exact same ratio as well, which is kind of funny. I got 4 dandelions, I got 2 globs, and then they just sniped us. Except earlier it was because it was AFK. That time was because I was trying to use my potion. Not my healing potion, but my XP potion. Whoops. Merchant's one of the few highest moneymakers in the game. And it feeds into the highest moneymaker in the game, which is Leatherworker. Like, Merchant itself isn't, like, crazy for money, but still pretty good. It's more so what it enables for Leatherworker that's really nice. Oh, to be able to do Leatherworker, you have to maintain Merchant, or ideally. Like, obviously, while doing Leatherworker, you ideally want to be under the full discount the entire time. That's why we haven't trained above 210. Because the next hide I need to do requires, I believe, 240 Merchant? Which we're getting to, but we're not quite there yet. Yeah, 239 Merchant I need before I can do Leatherworker again. So I need 10 Merchant levels at some point. I want to get to at least 250 in case they bring this venture in out of nowhere one day. So we can start doing the perfect brick venture. Eventually for the perfect tile at 322. But this venture currently doesn't work. It's either quest locked or waiting until chapter 5 gets closer locked. But currently it is not available. But I want to have the level ready for whenever it does just randomly come one day. In case they drop it out of nowhere one day. Anything kind of annoying about the merchant ventures, though, is I believe they last for like 20 hours or something. It's a really weird ratio compared to the 12-hour ones. Or was it 24-hour? I don't remember. I haven't done one in so long. Never mind, it is 24-hour, but it gives you 20 material. But the problem with that is one timer will be ticking down while your other one isn't. So it causes a lot of desyncs if you're doing a 12-hour with a 24-hour one. Because unless you're there perfectly on time, they'll get desynced compared to each other. Yeah, generally you want to be doing it the other way around. Doing merchant and knowledging leatherworker. Just because merchant is such quick XP per hour. And knowledge. And money. Because leatherworker doesn't really start to get really good money until like 150-ish. And like really, really good money until like 300 something. Where it starts to eclipse like every other method in the entire game. Assuming you're selling all rather than banking. So I wish the double cobra spawn was closer to a tree. There's the one bone right next to it, but it's way too high of a level for us to bother taking. Or, you know, too low for us to be able to take and too high for us to be able to grind for the better one. There's a level range you'd have to be to viably do it is, where is it? It was somewhere around here. 296. If you're not 296, you have to grab like a 60, 70, 80 gatherer supply instead. It is so bad. And there is a tree there, but the tree's too far away, unfortunately. Yeah, I actually ended up banking a lot of my pre-200 hides. I think I banked around 80%. And post-200, I actually plan to do the same. Because I really want to rush 500 Armor Maker, as well as 500 all in next chapter. Not to be the first person to do it, but to be, you know, we'll definitely be top 20. Because every skill there is really good. Or at least are likely to be very good. Delver is probably going to be the weakest of them, but you're still probably going to need it just so you don't burn a billion money. But Builder and Armor Maker are likely to be very strong. Armor Maker is going to be weaker weapon production, but you only need one skill rather than 3. So you get a lot more value for training it comparatively. Even though the final product is worse, it is only one skill rather than 3 skills, so to some degree it's better. And beyond that, Builder, while we don't know how good it's going to be, it's likely to be very, 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 very good. Like top 3, top 5 priority and things to level, depending on how they end up utilizing the reward space for it. Or it could be completely useless, we don't currently know. But I would assume Builder's probably going to be pretty useful. Probably not better than your weapon production skill, and probably not better than Alchemy. But I can still see it being like 3rd to 5th. Plus, we gotta get whatever the 500 all Stonewall Hill keep looks like. Also, I'm still not sure if I'm gonna be getting the 200 all Mines Matubin cape. As much as I want it so badly, it costs like 13 gold. It's like 12.6 gold or something. It is so expensive. It's actually crazy to imagine what like a pseudo max keep in this game would look like. Like, let's say they do one for the first 5 chapters. Like a 500 all first 5 chapters. You know how expensive that keep would be? Ignoring combat, because that doesn't count for it. That would end up being 9, 8, 17. 17 skills. I believe the final keep is like, what? 9 point something gold? Let's say 10. So that is like 1.7 platinum. Oh, no, never mind. I did that wrong. It's 170 gold. Wait, did I do that wrong too? No, I think that one's right. If they were ever to make a 500 all first 5 chapters cape, it would cost around 170 gold. I'm not sure if they would. But it does seem like there's going to be a little bit of a divide between Chapter 5 and 6. Potentially even a landmass divide. Even in the thumbnail, it's literally an island away from the mainland. So it might really be like a literal divide that's across a body of water. I'm not sure if they would ever do that, though. Obviously, we're getting chapter keeps with the combat rework, as well as one big mega combat keep. But we don't know if they're ever going to do like a pseudo max keep, like every 5 chapters or whatever interval they do. But if they were to do one, Chapter 5 would definitely be the cutoff for it. Until they do another set, like 5 chapters later or something. Because I highly doubt they'll ever do a 500 all cape. Like literally 500 all. But I can see them doing a 500 all every 5 chapter cape. Because true 500 all is extremely unrealistic by the time they have like 20 something chapters. Like the time to get that is like years. We're talking like years of gameplay. So it's very unlikely to ever be an actual item. Whereas every 5 chapters, it's really hard to do, but it is technically doable. To get 5 chapters to 500 all at some point. It'd be absurdly hard to do, but it would be possible. Yes, they did mention that they are going to be adding perks to capes in the future, which I'm curious how that's going to work for area capes. Are they just going to have the perk of every cape in the area? Because the way that they're priced makes me assume yes. Because they are currently priced as if you were to buy each keep individually. So for example, if you want the 200 all Mines of Matubin cape, it is the same price as if you bought the Bonewright cape, the Miner cape, the Blacksmith cape, and the Stonemason cape. So we'll see what they do with it. As those keeps might be really useful going forward. Like the 200 all for each area cape. Or even the 100 all if you're going for a lower number. Because they did mention in the past during the second Q&A, or the first, I don't remember. But one of the Q&As, they did mention that they're going to be adding eventually perks to capes. They also mentioned that they're going to be making it into a transmog eventually. Rather than a thing you wield like this. They were almost in a different keep season. We started with the level 50 smithing cape. Then we went to 100 smithing cape. Then we went to 200 mining cape. Then we're likely going for the 200 all Mines of Matubin cape. And we'll see what keep we do after that. Realistically, my keep after that is probably going to be, honestly, 500 all Mines of Matubin. I'm so tempted. If they keep the production exactly as is in the beta right now, like if they keep smithing, stonemason, and bonewright exactly in the state that they are right now, that the beta is, or better, then I am getting 500 all in Mines of Matubin. If they nerf it into the ground, we'll reconsider. But if they 1-to-1 just copy-paste what's currently in the beta to the main game for what's currently going on with production, we're definitely 500 alling it. Because we'd make so much money to max. Hey, we're almost level 130. We're nearly there. 70 levels to go. Oh, 70 and a half. Also, it's going to feel weird not doing combat after this. Though I'm probably still going to be doing some combat. Just for the fun of it, I kind of want to get 201 in all of them because so many people are just going to only 200. But aside from that, I also want to get Chronopolis up to, like, whatever we need to be 315 detective. Whatever combat level that ends up ultimately giving by the end. Oh, also, milestone that's not in the title right now. But one more level and we're level 3,900. Getting really close to the all-elusive 4,000. Unfortunately, it's going to go back below 4,000 once the combat rework hits, though. That's fine. It's not going to be that hard to get back. So we'll technically hit level 4,000 twice. Most likely. Why 315 Detective? Because that's when you can start training it again. For an XP rate that's not abysmal. Because that's when you can start doing investigations to 344. Doesn't mean we're immediately going to do it, but I want to have access to it for when we do want to go do it. I don't plan to immediately do it, though. But I want to have access to it, so when we do, we were already there. How's it going to be below 4K? What, our combat level? Or total level? Because our combat level is going to be lower after the change. I believe we lose like 50 to 100 total level or something. After the combat merge. Because right now I believe we're like around 850-ish combat in the new system. But our current total level from combat right now is 400, 672, 80 something. Wait, what level was I? Never mind. Oh no, I was like 770 or 780 or something. Never mind. But right now my total is like slightly above 800. So in that case, I think we're losing like 30, 40 levels then? It's actually maintaining a lot more than I thought it would though. Like a lot more. Like I was expecting at 200, 200, 200, and 272 to be something like 500, 600 combat level. But by the time we have the 200 scout, I believe we're almost like 800. Like a little over 800. Yep. I didn't realize we had full inventory. Whoops. Hello, Chino. Welcome, welcome. Hoping to get to 1K combat before the update. Nice. Yeah, I saw that earlier. You can start wielding some perfect weapons, if not all of them by then. So I kind of want to get 1,000 combat as well. The only way you could realistically do that, though, is if I do the current enemy for every single one of them post 200 without regearing. And then also AFK raid dense to like 300 something. That's the only way I could possibly do that. Is kill the current enemy on every single one of them with the final weapon we have. Because most of them, at least the other two, have a really good final weapon. We have a really good blue weapon for killing the blob right now that it's weak to. And we also have a blue weak enemy over here. So I might end up doing that a little bit and go a little bit above 200. Because our next enemy for everything is actually really weak. Because right now I got to be killing the 197 plants, which is really free. For Mind Fighter, I get to kill the 192 blob, which is really free. I don't believe it's the case for Scout, though. I don't believe our final enemy is good for us, unfortunately. Yeah, it's Wendigo. So we probably wouldn't do that for Scout. Let's have a really good weapon at that time. Like if I get a 197 upgrade or a 191 upgrade or something. But for Chapter 1 and 3, we're in a really good position to get a little bit more combat. As we already have a really good weapon. And it's a really easy to kill enemy. Yeah, I would love to have 1,000 so we can wear perfect rapier, perfect everything. Or at least some perfect stuff. I'm not sure if everything got perfected after 1,000. But if it is, that's kind of cool. Because that's where 200 all is by the time Chapter 5 comes out. Which is probably what they were planning for. Which means they do plan to scale most of the game to 200. Not to 500. Which makes sense, for obvious reasons. I'm pretty sure internally they basically consider 200 max level. So I assume most content will be scaled to it, because we already see with the combat rework that perfect weapons are being scaled to 200 all. Because they're assuming Chapter 5 is already in the play. Obviously it's not out yet, but you know, it will be before the beta is done. So before 1.0, it's technically part of the game. So they're still looking at it as existing, even though it's not in the game yet. Because I could see a lot of mechanics starting to be shifted towards that. They're already doing that with combat. Expecting you to be 200 all as quote-unquote maxed. So it seems like they are going down the route where 200 is max, and 500 is just a stretch goal that you can try to strive for, but you don't really need. So a lot of bosses, raids, everything else should probably be scaled to around 200. Where having higher could be beneficial, but is not required to do it effectively. Whenever they release various bosses, various raids, various anything. Plus the requirement might be a little bit lower. Like if you had only 100 all, I'm pretty sure you could still partake in a raid pretty conveniently. This might not be as good as 200 all. But you'd probably have a huge diminishing return if you have like way higher. Like something like a 400 or 500 probably has very little benefit compared to a 200. With how they'll probably scale it. If it even has any benefit at all. At least for the initial stuff. Obviously, maybe down the line it'll have a benefit. Like for really endgame content. But it does look like they're looking at 200 as max level, effectively. Even though it's not actually max level, but you know what I mean. It's what they consider to be realistically obtainable. Because obviously they don't expect anyone to do 500 all. There will be some people who will try to. But they don't expect anyone to do 500 all. Also, RuneScape confirmed to increase membership prices by 30-40%. Did they actually announce that today? They already did. I would be surprised if they keep going with it, though. I haven't been following anything since I haven't played in the last few weeks. Which reminds me, I should probably go do the 12-year anniversary event. I'm not sure when it's ending. I haven't done it yet. Because I haven't logged in weeks. I should also probably start grinding Castle Wars in free-to-play. I've still been wanting to get the full golden armor. It would take about 3 months of non-stop doing Castle Wars while doing Brighter Shores streams. Maybe even closer to 4 months. It would take very long. Like, pretty much as long as we did Beaver 4. But it's one of the few things actually worth farming in free-to-play. Because it's a complete waste of time to do in Member Worlds. Hello, Jay. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Also, have they still not posted the Q&A yet? I haven't checked it. Let me go double check it again. Nope, not seeing it. It should be out sometime today, supposedly. Unless they're delaying it. Let me go check his Twitter, I guess. Is there any news on the Twitter? No. Alright, well hopefully it'll be in the next few hours. Honestly, I might just keep streaming until they drop it. Hopefully if they're not posting it today, they'll do a confirmation like, hey, sorry, we're actually not doing it today, we'll do it tomorrow or something. But there is supposed to be all the responses coming out for the Q&A today. For the third Q&A. They were going to do it in text form though, rather than a stream. Kind of like how they did the first AMA. But it should hopefully be out in the next few hours. We'll go over it once it is. It should all be out in like one big mega post or however he's doing it. Which is probably why it's taking so long. Because Because that's probably a really, really, really long text document. I'll put the email that we wrote last night to shame, which is also very, very, very long. But if we're replying to like 100 people's questions, this could be a very, very long list. Unless your responses are yes, no, and maybe. When are you going to post the document about alchemy changes on your Discord? Oh, I ended up, just ended up writing it actually a bit shorter than I ended up anticipating. I still mentioned a lot of stuff to them. But, it was a lot shorter than initially anticipated. Like the full write-up for it. I pretty much mentioned everything about it on stream. I just kind of tried to condense it so it wasn't so long because I was already writing so much other stuff. So overall it was a lot shorter than I expected. Still the longest email I've written in a while though. Like it's several thousand words between everything. But the alchemy part I think was only like 1,000, 2,000 words. Nothing I didn't already say on stream. Just consolidate a bit to be a little bit easier to understand. Just so it's not as rambly. $130. Still took me a few hours to write it all, though. What should you do if your alchemy is only 55? You're free to play and only started the month of only 450 total. Assuming they don't change anything, the way you would currently do alchemy pretty much hasn't changed. Ideally, you would want to do the Forager level so you could do the level 41 potion. Oh no, never mind, you said 50? So you'd want to get the Forager level to be able to make the 50% potion. Doing so also allows you to make the 56 potion. I personally didn't do this my time around, but regardless, you definitely want to be making the 7% Hope Port. Before the update and after the update, you would still be doing that. And if you did Forager, you'd be able to have both of these for free. The level 50 and the level 56 potion. And 62 would require a Gatherer. But you can also just buy these supplies. I believe it actually profits if you make it. This is, if you do Forager, you can get it for free. This is Gatherer, and I believe it's a little bit pricey, but it's worth it if you're a Crown Knight. These two are pretty skippable, the two yellow ones. But you can get this from Forager and Gatherer as well. 6-minute Fear, I'm pretty sure this was pretty pricey and not really worth doing. It's being changed quite a bit after the rework. And I believe it is better after the rework compared to now, because it's really pricey to do at the moment. There's one of the few that's actually kind of balanced the change that they made to it after the update. But overall, it is better, I believe, after the update compared to now. So basically, long story short, I believe you can get to 95 alchemy before the update would be better for you based on your current situation. Right now, your alchemy path is exactly the same before and after the update, up to level 95. If you're already level 55. But the way that you would go up to 95 now is the same you would go up to 95 after the update. After that, it would be a little bit different. But prior, it's exactly the same. Honestly, I didn't mind the 50 carp grind that much. I personally found the 32 carp grind to be a lot more annoying than the 50 carp. And honestly, 200 carp was kind of chill. I was actually kind of disappointed when I was done with Woodcutting Carpenter to 200. As the gameplay loop actually really grew on me. Carpenter's still my least favorite skill. But as long as you're AFKing it and not really doing it particularly actively, it's pretty chill. The problem is when you're doing it actively for like several hours on end, it's awful. But if you're just poking it here and there, somewhat AFK, it's actually pretty chill. He's actually has some pretty decent amount of downtime, particularly if you're doing a two-step carpentry object. And especially if you're just selling it rather than banking it. Oh, also, by the way, level 3,900. I didn't mention it when we got the combat level, but there we go. Not as big of a milestone as 4,000, though. 4,000's a way cooler number. What rank will we be by the time we hit 4,000? Also, what happened to Zan? Does he not play anymore? He hasn't moved in like 3 days. Because I keep looking where we'll be at 4,000. And he still hasn't gotten over 4,000. He's been at 3,997 for like 3 or 4 days now. Because I believe this was someone who actually streamed the game. So I'm not sure what happened with him. I've never watched any of his streams because I like never watched Twitch. But I believe he was a streamer for the game. Up, Miles ES knows all the endgame players. Rip Zan. He quit. Didn't say goodbye. Oh, he just stopped playing and didn't say goodbye? Oh, that's sad. But yeah, he like quit. He's not even taking dailies. Like, he's not even checking once a day to go take his dailies. Like, he's like quit. Like, he's not doing his venture. He's not doing his 24-hour daily thing. Oh, it's been like 2 weeks? Oh, I only noticed the last few days because I've been paying attention to where 4,000 is. I didn't realize it's been 2 weeks, oh gosh. Oh no, wrong tile, no! Also, I have been starting to grab 4 of these. Because they're better XP and because, they're also worth more. They're also not that far away. Only 2 of them are 0 tiles, but it doesn't hurt to go a few extra. We're already doing that for the glow plant anyways. I also don't want my ratio to be as off by the end. Because even though I do have to go whatever I don't have by 200 combat to off a Dandelion, I still want my ratio to be a little bit better. Though by the end, I'm probably still going to have more Dandelions than Globe. Even though right now I have way too many Globes compared to Dandelion. Because I believe by 200 I have like... Oh, wait, but the woodcutting grind. Oh yeah, maybe they are going to be kind of close. I almost forgot. Because I'm going to be getting a ton of Gather XP while getting 208 Woodcutter. Like, I'm talking like 3 levels, probably. Like 3 or 4 levels. So yeah, maybe we won't have enough Dandelion. Even more reason to pick them up then. Though I think we only have to do this Thief one more time, though. Pre-200. Yeah, 171 is the last one. We do that until around 176, 177. And then we never need to kill it again until after the rework. And by then I won't even need these supplies anymore because we'll be past the alchemy level where it's relevant. The only reason why these are really relevant right now is it's the exact best potion we can make. So they are particularly useful to us. But down the line, this is pointless to ever bother going out of your way for. Like we were killing like the highest tier of this guy later down the line. I probably won't even be bothering with these nodes. But right now, it's pretty good value. As it's not horrible Gather XP, and it's best in slot Forger XP right now. I mean, Alchemy, I mean. Decent Gatherer and best in slot Alchemy at the moment. Also, it pains me every time I waste a tile like that. Anytime I see a wasted tile, it's like, oh, what have we done? I'll go out of my way like 100 tiles to go bank something I don't need to bank. But when it comes to one single tile while gathering, how could I? I'm just really paranoid in that regard. Like, I'll waste hundreds and hundreds of tiles to go bank something when we don't need to, or just go do something real quick. But if we're even one tile off while doing a gatherer loop, it'll bother me to no end. Their gathering and foraging is so far behind alchemy. 7% hope port is 50, but takes 95 forager. Yeah, the ratios that you need are kind of rough, particularly at the low level range. It is a very similar issue to merchant to leatherworker. It scales out to be a lot more even down the line. Like right now, this is a 179 gatherer and a 194 for a 209 potion. So both the two gathering components are actually lower rather than higher. Yeah, some of the ratios are a little bit weird throughout. Like sometimes you need way higher, but then other times you need slightly lower or even way lower. In this case, slightly lower. The main reason a lot of potions are like that in lower level alchemy though is Forager is really front-loaded. You get basically every single potion node by 209, minus the plus 70 pots. But not counting the plus 70 pots, you get absolutely every single thing for Forager that is alchemy related by level 209 Forager. Which means there's a lot of low-level potions that end up utilizing them constantly. Because Forager is so front-loaded. Compared to something like Gatherer or Delver, which is a lot more evenly spread out. But Forager is really, really front-loaded, because it's one of the first skills you're supposed to do in the game. So they made a lot of it earlier game content. What's the most skilled I've KP'd? Probably Bonerite. I'm pretty sure Bonerite is like 60% KP. Either passives or actually directly putting knowledge into it. Yeah, I would say Bonerite is my most knowledge skill in the game currently. Smithing probably being our second, oddly enough, if you count passives and knowledge points. They're both my highest two right now, but that tends to be the case. Anything in Chapter 3 is like your main target for knowledge normally. There's one thing I really like with the current update that I hope they keep and maintain. Because they're actually increasing the profit from production skills slightly with the new update. And if they actually go through with that and not nerf it, it'll actually be worthwhile to train these skills rather than just knowledge them all the way. You probably still would knowledge them pretty heavily. But now if you actually want to train them, there's a monetary incentive. As a some level range, you're getting over 50% more profit compared to now. Which is enough of an incentive to actually train them rather than just knowledge them. It's still not like better than Leatherwork or anything. But 50% buff is still really nice. I should have used a 7% immune. Oh no! I'm gonna get 5% blocked again. Let me go refresh the "Has the Q&A been posted yet?" page. He hasn't mentioned anything on Twitter. And where's Reddit? And he hasn't mentioned anything on Reddit. Soon. There's a chance it doesn't get posted today. So far there's been like 2 things mentioning that it would be today though. But it could just delay it. Because I believe Tell's video ended up mentioning it. And I believe they posted somewhere that they were going to do it today as well after that. But it could get delayed today or something. It's a lot of text to write up. Alright, what am I supposed to do now? Wait. I never know what to do in this situation. Because it's so inefficient doing nothing. But I can't not get 2% better XP on a Carpenter. It'd pain me too much to not get the free 2%. Hey, what level is the Snake? Can we move on to Snake yet? One dude at 132. At the exact level range. Right now we're getting a little bit worse combat XP, but we're making up for it with all the alchemy stuff. Whereas I'm not going to be getting anything like that when I do the Snake. It's just going to be combat, 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 combat. And our main goal is to be able to get to the plant thingy. And off stream, hopefully I can get to like 150-ish. I will not be finishing the grind tomorrow though. We technically could if we literally did it like every second of tomorrow. But I do want to spread it for sanity's sake across 2 days rather than trying to do it all on one day. Otherwise we'd have to do like 45, 50 levels tomorrow. Which is definitely doable, but I'd rather pace ourselves a little bit. Not in a particular rush. Like we gotta do it before the combat rework, but there's no way the combat rework's hitting in like 3 days. It's soon, but it's not 3 days soon. What was the Pokemon MMO I played? I didn't play a Pokemon MMO. Is there one? I played all the mainline games that have come out recently. With Legends Arceus, Pokemon Legends Arceus being my favorite one, and the one that got me back into Pokemon for about a year. Until all the people hacking made me not want to play anymore. Particularly on the competitive side. There's like 80% of teams that you fight are just purely hacked. A Mew or a Mewtwo? I kind of like Mewtwo more than Mew. My favorite Pokemon ever is probably Corviknight, which they added last generation. I think it was Gen 8. Or on Gen 9, I think, with Sword and Shield. I mean, with Scarlet and Violet. But I think Corviknight's my favorite Pokemon they've ever added. Big Metal Bird. It's also very similarly statted to one of my favorite childhood Pokemon, with Skarmory, which was the same type of flying steel. Except Corviknight is just min-max like crazy compared to it. Also looking visually better. A Nidoking or Nidoqueen? Probably Nidoking. I like the blue color more. Oh, that's an upgrade. Or I think it's an upgrade. It's a side grade. What is our next two enemies? It's good against our next enemy, but not as good against the other next enemy. Oh, I'm gonna do it, I guess. It's not that big a deal. It's better against the snake, but worse against the green plant thingy that we have to fight after the snake. So hopefully we'll get an upgrade by then. Oh wait, was Nidoqueen the blue one? Oh no, I haven't played Gen 1 in like forever. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I actually did play Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Like around 4 years ago? Like I played it way later compared to when it was actually launched. I think I played it till like 2021 or something. Or 2022, somewhere around there. But I forget a lot about Gen 1. There's one issue I have with modern Pokemon is unless it's fun to shiny hunt or is good competitively, I kind of forget the Pokemon even exists. Unless it's easily shiny huntable in one of the mainline games and or is good competitively. If it's not either of those two things, I kind of forget they exist. But in all fairness, there's like 1,000 something of them. There's so many these days. And a lot of Gen 1 Pokemons have really bad stat distributions. They basically have to make like regional forms of them to even make them viable. Just because the Gen 1 ones are so underleveled compared to power creep of modern games. $131, one level to go. We'll head over to Snake. And then we say goodbye to our Gatherer and Alchemy XP. In favor of quicker combat XP. But it is something I still hope more Pokemon games would try to explore in the future. Because generally, most Pokemon games have one or two forms of endgame. Shiny hunting, which is the more casual side, and obviously playing competitive, like singles, doubles. Normally doubles is the more competitive format though. But singles and doubles and competitively, and shiny hunting are like the only thing that's in the end game for Pokemon. And one thing I really miss that the old games used to have is ribbon hunting. Where you used to do like all those little talent show thingies. They had like a bunch of different ribbons that you could do, like a bunch of different like mini games to go earn a bunch of stuff. I really wish modern Pokemon games would explore in a third angle, because the difference between shiny hunting and hardcore like all-in competitive mode, singles or doubles, is so far apart. There's not like a middle ground where something like not as casual as shiny hunting, but not as sweaty as like doubles competitively. You want group content so bad in Brighter Shores? Yeah. We'd be streaming it a lot whenever they do release it. It will be enabling trading, so we should be able to hopefully group up with everyone. But something else we don't currently know, how Ironman players will be considered when raids start coming out. I assume they're going to go down the old school RuneScape route, hopefully, where Ironman players can still group up with mains, but all loot is distributed based on contribution. Like, hopefully they have it in a way where you can't boost an Iron Man player, but they still get rewarded for what they do within a raid. Because I believe they finally nerfed boosting in Old School RuneScape for Chambers of Xeric. The very first raid. It was pretty notoriously for being boosted for Iron Man players. I think they actually finally fixed it. But I hope Brighter Shores learns from that and just doesn't do that in the first place. Make it completely unboostable for Iron players, but still allow you to play with Iron players as a main. Because then I won't be able to group up with Miles ES. Assuming they're even going to be doing raids and stuff, I assume so. Unless they're just going all for 500 all. Who needs raids when you can grind every skill? Obviously that's the only thing you can do at the moment, though. I assume most people are going super high on leveling will obviously be doing, you know, like PVM when it comes out. Like, some people are purely skillers only. But even though I prefer skilling, I'm still doing all PVM when it does get released. Even PvP to some degree, though. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like PvP that much in Brighter Shores. There are some games I enjoyed in. Like, for example, earlier Pokemon I enjoyed PvP in. But there's a lot of games I just don't really engage with it in. I feel like Brighter Shores is going to be one of them. Where we'll try it, but we're probably not doing it that much. But I do plan to do a lot of PVM. Like, the first boss that comes out, I wouldn't be surprised if it go for leaderboard. Like, especially if trading is out by then, which it should be. Oh yeah, there was an unofficial Pokemon MMO. I never did try it. I've heard of it, but I never tried it before. I generally don't play ROM hacks or anything like that. I played a few private server, RuneScape related servers, like most recently 2004 Scape. But, I don't know, I generally don't play ROM hacks and similar things. They're more of a legal gray area. But also because I'd rather just get the progress on the mainline game if I'm gonna bother. Yeah, pretty much endgame in all Pokemon games, if you're not doing PvP, is shiny hunting. And that's it. Lots and lots of shiny hunting. It's something I wish they would expand upon in their formula at some point. Like, I enjoy shiny hunting, especially in some of the more modern games where they just hand you a shiny, like, every hour. But, it's, like, the only thing you can do in endgame if you're not doing PvP. Like, that's it. The games have had a notoriously bad time figuring out how to handle endgame. If you don't want to do PvP nor shiny hunting. As there's basically nothing otherwise. Actually, that reminds me, Monster Hunter's coming out in a few days. Does anyone know what Monster Hunter's endgame is like? Is it basically just getting creature parts and making, like, better weapons? And doing that over and over again? Is it one of those games where you make better weapons so you can make better weapons? Oh, fair it is. To some degree, Predator Shores is somewhat like that right now as well. Except let a lot of number go up. And that's the main thing we're doing it for, is the number go up. Not a better weapon for a better weapon, but for number go up for number go up. Because I still haven't tried a single Monster Hunter game. I feel like every year that a new one is announced, it's like, I'm gonna go try it this time, and then it comes around and it's like, you know what, I'm probably not gonna bother. I'm like the same way this year. I think it comes out in like 2 days, and I'm probably not gonna bother. Because we'll be grinding Brighter Shores. That's the day we get 200 all in Brighter Shores. Alright, so yeah, it is a game where you get a better weapon to get a better weapon. I thought that's what it was. Wasn't sure though. Hey, honestly, I'm not as big of a fan when the main end game is make your gear more powerful. If it's number go up and make your gear more powerful, I'll like it, like how Brighter Shores is. But if there's not a number constantly going up and it's just make gear stronger, then make gear stronger, then make gear stronger, I'm not as big of a fan of it. Is while getting better gear is nice, it's not an end game I personally like doing. Just for the sake of doing it. It is number go up as well. Interesting. Oh no, I haven't looked into it much. There's ranks and stuff. Ooh. I think this is like the third Monster Hunter game where when it was announced, I was like, you know what? This will probably finally be the time I try Monster Hunter. And then it launches and I'm busy with other stuff. Like the day that it launches, we'll be busy getting 200 all in Brighter Shores. And that always ends up happening every year. Where I'm like busy the day of or the week of, and then it's like, you know what, I'm just not gonna bother. It's happened the last 3 Monster Hunter games. There's one thing I actually enjoy with Pokemon 2 in that regard, is there's actually a cap to how powerful you can make any Pokemon. Like, you can train it to be min-maxed and, you know, have all its stats and everything. But there's a hard cap to how strong you can make it. Some games have, like, endless gear where you just keep going up and up and up and up and up and up. Or it almost never ends. Which I am fine with. But it needs more mechanics beyond that. But no, we'll definitely need to try Monster Hunter at some point. Who knows, maybe I'll even get it at some point. If we want to try it one weekend or 1 week. I just always looked at Monster Hunter and seen some of its gameplay. And from what I could tell, it's a game that I would enjoy playing, but would stop playing after like 100 hours. Like, I would enjoy those 100 hours, but I definitely wouldn't put like 1,000 or 10,000 into it. Like, by the 100-hour mark, I would dip. You'd hit gear cap by the time you hit last monster. Okay, so you don't keep going up then. Interesting. And it's about maxing your side abilities. Interesting. So it's really ability heavy then? I'm not sure why. Whenever I think of a game that's ability heavy, I always think of MOBAs. Interesting. I definitely gotta try one at some point. I just know for sure I'm gonna try it, enjoy it, but then never touch it again after some amount of time. It's just hard to justify spending 60, 70 bucks for like probably 50 to 100 hours of gameplay. is I generally play games that are like endlessly grindable. That I actually enjoy grinding. Like obviously I'm pretty sure Monster Hunter is endlessly grindable. But by like the 50, 100 hour mark, I'd be like, I'm pretty sure I've seen everything by now. Whereas Brighter Shores, we'll grind it to the ends of the earth. We'll grind to 500 all if they've released chapters slow enough. It sounds overwhelming, but it could be completed very quickly unless you want to min-max all your weapons. True. Yeah, normally games like that have like a main storyline, and then afterwards you just kind of grind. But the problem is if you don't enjoy the grind beyond that, the game ends at like after storyline. You think it's how everyone's first time playing a game goes? True. Yeah, it's probably only like the really hardcore players that grind it out like crazy down the line. Because I generally don't like games that have too many abilities, but you can definitely balance it to not be too many. My limit is if you have to bind more than QWERTY. If you need more than like 6, I feel like it's slightly too many. Like Brighter Shores is right on the cusp of pushing it, because technically they have 8. Though realistically it's closer to 6 because you're not using all your weapons necessarily, or all your potions at a given time. But I would say like 10 is probably my upper limit before I feel like a game has too many active abilities. The Brighter Shores is just below that threshold at 8. Alright, this inventory is probably the last one, and we go to Snake. Not the last one extreme, but you know, last one we need to kill for now. And then Snake time. Our combat should go up a lot quicker. Though we will not be banking any XP or gaining any other XP that isn't combat, though. Have I watched any of the Pokemon movies? Yes, I believe I've seen almost all of them, if not all of them. Though they've released any recently, I haven't seen them. But any Pokemon movie released before like 2013, I believe I've seen literally every single one of them. Because that's when I took a hiatus for like a decade away from Pokemon around then. Like around 2012-ish. I also haven't played it in like a year or two at this point. Though I'm going to be trying Legends ZA when it comes out later this year or next year, whenever it is. Not sure if it got a release date yet. So playing Xenoblade Chronicles X? I'm not sure yet. And if I do, I'm not even sure if I'm streaming it or not. Because it's like 100 hours long. I still haven't determined yet. But yeah, there's 2 Xenoblade Chronicle games I haven't played yet. 1 and X. Oddly enough, the first 2. I played 2 and I played 3. But I haven't played 1 and X. And X is basically 1.5. It's like in between 1 and 2. Not chronologically, but as far as when it was released, it's between 1 and 2. Chronologically, it is, I'm pretty sure, ahead of all 3 games. I'm not even sure if it fits into the timeline currently, actually, now that I think about it. It's in a really weird position compared to the other 2. Your plans are to do veggie stews while 100%ing it? Nice. Yeah, when's it coming out? May? Maybe I'll do it. We'll see. I'm just not sure if I'll be streaming it or not. Because it's a really long game. I plan to just do storyline completion if we do stream it, though. If 100% it would be off stream. Oh, is it March 20th? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll do a vote for it at some point. If there's enough interest in it, we'll do it. I'll probably be playing it regardless. It really just comes down to do we stream it or not. If I stream it, I do plan to only do storyline completion, not 100%. If I do 100%, it would be off stream probably. Well, I would just be making a straight beeline for the storyline if we do stream it. Campaign's the shortest in the series? Really? Is it a good campaign, though? I've heard a lot of good things about it. But if it's the shortest in the series, I'm not sure what time that would come out to be. Because a lot of the other campaigns were pretty long. We're talking like 60, 80, 100 hours. So slightly shorter is still really long. That's at least like 40, 50, 60 hours. Does the YouTube chat lag? You can't see people typing when you're replying to them? Oh, I'm replying to Miles ES in game. We got multiple chats going on here. It was left on a cliffhanger originally? Ooh. I wonder if they're fleshing it out during the remake. Because now would be the time to do it. So you're assuming they're finishing it? That would make sense. So yeah, the campaign probably is longer then. As they'll probably actually go and develop the cliffhanger. Because I don't think they're doing a sequel. It's not like they're going to do Xenoblade Chronicles X2. Like, whatever they do at X has to be, like, the definitive end of that storyline. So I would assume they would flesh it out. Or sell it as separate DLC and then flesh it out on that DLC. Because that sounds like something Xenoblade Chronicles would do. They'd release a DLC later down the line that costs like 20, 30 bucks that finishes the storyline. That should have just been in the base game to begin with. Oh yeah, that reminds me, if it's coming out in March, I believe I could buy it for free as well. And by free, I mean 50 bucks. I'm not sure how much it's launching at price-wise, but I still have one of those vouchers. I remember what game came out last year that I used it on. But they have like a membership digital voucher thing where you get games for like $47.50 if you get it digitally. I normally do that because I don't really care too much if I have it physical. The only main one I really collect these days for physical is the entire Mario Party series. I have every mainline Mario Party game in physical, all the way from Mario Party 1. Every single numbered one, as well as everyone on a modern console. The only two I'm not sure where they are, though, is the Game Boy Advance version and the DS version. Also, the DS version is surprisingly good, by the way. Mario Party DS, honestly, probably one of the best 3 Mario Party games ever released. Like the lower end of top 3 or top 5. It was actually surprisingly good. It basically utilized every mechanic for the DS really well. Like, a lot of Mario Parties felt like they were, like, too gimmicky in one way or another. But Mario Party DS actually used its gimmick really well. Are all Pokemon games cheatable? Technically. The only one that basically isn't is, I believe, the trading card game that they released, I believe, earlier this year or last year, I mean. I believe they released a trading card game in the Pocket thing, like a mobile app for it. And also their mobile version of Pokemon Go. Well, the only version of Pokemon Go. I believe there's only 2 that aren't hackable because they have it monetized like crazy. So obviously they don't want anyone cheating in cards or anything. But every mainline Pokemon game is cheatable. Obviously I never do. But every single one of them can be hacked. Because they're not like always online or anything. So you can easily just turn it offline, do all the hacking you need, and then turn it online. Because every mainline Pokemon game is a, you know, it can be played offline. But because of that, there's no checks to make sure no one's hacking it or anything. Like, there's literally, like, 0 checks at all, pretty much. Yeah, it's the main thing that turned me off to keep playing Pokemon games recently. It's the one that being discouraging things, because it doesn't feel worthwhile putting thousands of hours in when someone could do the same thing with like 2 hours of hacking. Or wouldn't they just make an MMO? Honestly, I would play that like crazy. An officially supported, always online Pokemon MMO would be so good. That isn't just like a random mobile game, but an actual, like, you know, console port, maybe even PC port. They could have a mobile version too, but not mobile only. Because that'd be the most ideal thing ever. A Pokemon MMO that is always online, that is playable on PC, mobile, and on console. Obviously exclusive to Switch, or Switch 2. Like, that would be so good. They've never done it yet, though. Wow, how am I still needing a heal? This is the strongest we've been, and we're still needing the heal. Honestly, I should probably go get some heals for when we go to Vipers. Yeah, let's go head over to Viper. Yeah, they end up suing Palward over some kind of patent, but then Palward ended up fixing it. Yeah, I tried Palward for a couple 100 hours. It was fun. It's one of those games where it was fun to mess around with, but I would never, like, grind it for thousands of hours. Mostly because its endgame isn't as enticing to me. It's definitely a lot of fun, though. Alright, hopefully no one is in the really good spot. Because you have to move twice as far for the worst spot. Or not the worst spot, but the second best. Okay, is there anyone here? No! There's someone here. Rip. To crash or not to crash? No, we'll take the 2-tile, less efficient spot. It's not that big a deal. They actually added this pretty recently, too. This was added about a month ago, this spot. Because they made it so every room had at least 4 enemies in it. And this was the one that was missing. That snake was there, that snake was there, and that snake was there. This one didn't exist at the time, though. Oh, wait, am I crushing this guy now? Because this guy's gonna do that one, then that one. But I'm about to do this one and this one because they're closer. That's the biggest issue with snakes, is both of the rooms, if you were to take the most optimal spot in the room, it leaves the other person to have to walk 1.5 miles. Because the most optimal spot in this room is to do these middle two. The most optimal spot in the other room is to do the middle two. So the two on the sides are just 1 mile away. Our combat XP should be going up quite a bit better now. Not only is this weak to blue, but it is also better XP per kill. And we're at the same level, so we should be able to take it without really healing or anything, for the most part. No, he's about to take it. No! Alright, did we crash the other guy now? It's not that big a deal to go a few extra tiles, but still. Yeah, it's the biggest issue with every snake combat room. They really got to reconsider where the snakes are or add a few more or something. Because each room only has enough person to have one person optimally kill the enemy. Which is really clunky when you have 2 or more in a room. Like any amount more than 1. I wish this chestnut tree was a higher level. It actually never goes higher, by the way. 156 is its cap. It does not go any higher than 156 ever. I think it's like 2k every time you take one. There's one advantage that this room has that the other one doesn't. I believe it's like 2 or 3 tiles away. It's about 3 tiles away overall to take this tree rather than not take the tree. It's just not worth it for only like a 2k XP drop when we're getting like 0 tile, 2.5, 3ks. It's just not worth it. But I believe it's like a 2.2. Or we're getting higher than that just from the Galop plant earlier. Which wasn't even a good one. But even that was higher than this. Too bad you can't recut this tree for EXP or something. I do have to say, these snake scales on the ground would be pretty good if we were a higher level. Both rooms have 0 tile snake scales. The problem is you don't get the better one until 296. So you don't get that until really deep gatherer. Which doesn't help us now. Yeah, let me go double check the Q&A. It's been about 2 hours now. This is around when they boosted the beta yesterday. Nope, no Q&A info. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, so that's unfortunate. That glove is better for everything except the enemy we have to kill next. Oh, I should probably keep that in my inventory, actually. Any gear that we get, I can just start piling my inventory. I forgot. There's no drop we need to pick up. The snake scale isn't worth banking. I believe it makes like this plus 60 yellow potion, which we are way, way, way beyond ever needing. But yeah, I believe it's a supply for plus 60 strength Tempest Day. Which if you're around that level range, it's fine, but once you're past that level range, it's pretty pointless to pick them up. Just taking a snake right from in front of him. Hey, if he's not using it, I'm gonna use it. I need to go kill that one snake to get the item underneath. Oh wait, or is that just the grass? I can't even tell. Is there not an item underneath him? Thought there was. Alright, never mind. There might not be an item there. I think I'm misplacing a 1-star drop for the grass. Also, I will keep checking this room over here to double check if the person there is left yet. So we can get a really good spot. I'm hoping they just randomly die soon or something. And then we'll go take their spot. Yep, they're still there. Oh, so that little slowdown that happens when you transition rooms like that is really funny. I'm not sure if that's intended or not, but it's fun to mess around with. Like your character's still moving at full speed, but there's like a short little visual slowdown. And you just like dart across the room. Let me double check. How much is this worth? Oh yeah, these things are worth nothing. You buy them from the shop for like 2 silver. If they only sell for 0.6. But yeah, there's no point in picking those up. The only time you would ever pick that up is if your alchemy level is like right around here. And that is it. Because the second you hit 104, you would never need them again. Like ever, ever. Alright, let me see if I got a response to the email yet. I highly doubt it. So far we got no Q&A. Let's see. Oh, so wait, did some of my power go off? Oh no. That's not good. Why did the other thing shut off? We still got internet though. That's weird. That's so strange. Why did some of my stuff just shut off? Luckily I have everything plugged into a backup generator thingy. I forget if I have it turned on, but I assume yes. Is all my electricity just flashed off for a moment? But we didn't lose connection. Like even my light in the corner went off because it's in a different plug. But I have all my computer stuff plugged into a backup battery thing. So if internet goes down for like a minute or a few minutes, it should be fine now. I just always forget to turn it on. Which I'm not even sure if it's not turned on right now. Because I might have forgotten since I moved everything back in. But I mostly have it in case there's like a short outage of like a few seconds or a few minutes. And he has enough power to last like a few hours, but that's enough. Anyways, what was I checking? I was checking to see if the Q&A's been posted. Beta feedback. Oh no, that's the mega thread. Never mind. That's not it. Okay, let's check the Twitter. Twitter says nothing. And then the only other thing is check the email. No, they have not replied back to the email. In all fairness, I highly doubt they will anytime soon. The Q&A should be today. That email reply, gosh, that could be like a week from now. I highly doubt he's going to reply back to it anytime soon. There's a big wall of text. Plus, they're probably being bombarded every hour with multiple. Hey, we could be Crown boosting this entire time. Something I haven't been doing. The main reason being is that our weapon got a pretty average mid-roll. I did end up crafting this, but I didn't bother to keep going until we got a better roll. I just settled on the 79%. If it was like a 71 or 72 or 73% or something, I'd be like, you know what, probably not. But given that it was like kind of mid-range, it's like, good enough. It's not worth the time to go make another. It's better than nothing. There we go, level up. Double check if they're done. Nope. At some point we'll get our spot. I'll keep peeking every few minutes to see if they die. This room's not that much more inefficient, but it's definitely worse. The problem is, for that room to make a new server, you'd have to have like 3 people in it, and then a 4th person enter. Which means you're pretty much never going to get a reroll in the room. Which means only one person in the entire game can farm that room at any given time. Which I could definitely see being a problem when everyone's doing combat later down the line. There's a couple rooms that are going to be problematic in that regard. But these snakes are going to be one of the biggest ones. As that room over there has a max capacity of 1. And this room, despite allowing 3 people, pretty much has a max capacity of 2. And ideally 1. But it's not going to happen after the combat rework. It's one of the other reasons I don't plan to do too much combat after the first rework. Because there's going to be a lot more people doing combat compared to normal. Like, every single spot's going to be so crowded. And while there is a room limit, a lot of rooms are going to be at their max capacity. Like, if a room can be holding 3, it probably will be holding 3. In rooms like this, it's already crowded with 2. Oh yeah, we're gonna need to make a new weapon around this time as well. Like after this enemy, I might need to go make one. You'll probably still use it for this, but this one's immune to blue. So by like 145-ish, if we don't get a weapon by then, I gotta make a new two-hand. Oddly enough, I don't think we've gotten a two-hand as a drop, unfortunately. I don't think we have a single two-hand drop right now. Of the longsword variety. Oh, that guy died, I didn't even notice. Because he was here and then he wasn't here. Maybe got a full inventory or something. He's a hammer mage, so he might be actually banking all the snake skills. I just realized there's only a 3-tile difference. I thought it was 4 earlier. But no, this one's actually pretty close. It's only 1 tile worse than the other room. Taking these 2 snakes. I didn't notice that till just now. I always thought it was 4 tile, but if you go from the corner tile to corner tile, it's only 3. Do you keep progress you made in the beta? In the current live version of Brighter Shores, yes. In the beta that they're running for combat right now, no, if that's what you mean. But if you're just like opening up Brighter Shores and launching the game and playing, yes, that saves. Like everything that we see right here that we have will save to the main version of the game. But anything that you do in the combat beta that they're doing right now does not get saved. You have to opt into it and go to it specifically. But the actual main game itself, yes, all this carries over to the main game when it 1.0 hits. Yep, no problem. Yeah, great time to get in the game. Still pretty early. Definitely plenty to grind, that's for sure. A little bit content dry at the moment, but they're still working on a lot of the core features. But the main one they're completely overhauling being combat at the moment in 2 phases. One being combining all the combats together, and then the second phase adding like a skill tree, special attack, stuff like that. Because these currently don't exist even though they are here. But eventually all 4-star weapons will have a special attack. I'm stealing this one. Mine now. If he's just gonna stand there. Like this I don't really count as crashing, because he has another snake leg anyways here. But if we go kill the two that he's doing in middle, that would definitely be crashing. That's a very specific spot for efficiency. I'll still keep checking to make sure they have left or not yet, though. We'll keep checking like every several minutes just in case. The second they bank or die, we will take that spot. Oh! I know they're doing it. I just didn't see their hit splat. I was doing it based on hit splat off screen. But there was this attacking at a weird angle. We're coming for Zan's bathwater. Honestly, by the time we finish our full grind, if Kiv doesn't go up a lot, I think we actually will be 12th place. Oh, finally starting to catch up with Mightiest as well. I'm not sure if I'll pass Mightiest, though. But I feel like their number has been slowing down a little. But they still have some pre-200 to do. Like, the second they do Gatherer and Woodcutter and Carpenter, their level just shoots up. So yeah, I think we can realistically get 12th in current state of game without going out of our way. But that's like the highest we can get in the short term. We never have gotten top 10 yet, but top 10's pretty steep to try to get to. Because we gotta pass better player. Honestly, we're pretty much at Chino level at that point. Chino was a few hundred levels below us at one point. And now he's like 300 ahead. Or 200 ahead. No, yeah, basically 300. At one point he was like 300 below us, and now he's 300 ahead of us. And that's post 200, 300 as well, which is way longer. One thing that's nice though is we finally got all of our knowledge passive activities unlocked. So we can actually dump in knowledge to get levels now. It's something we weren't able to do at all the other week. Now we finally have them again. It takes like 5 hours for us to get a level, like doing any activity and then dumping all the knowledge into a skill. But it's better than every 0 hours getting one. Now that we finally have every passive unlocked. Well, so that's likely what we're doing on Saturday, by the way. I think Saturday is finally we do every activity prior to 200 day. As we'll have 200 all by Friday, and we'll have every passive unlocked by then. Actually, we'll have them all unlocked by Friday. The only reason I'm not doing it on Friday is just to divide it up a little. We'll still be doing a bunch on Friday, though, because stream does not end until we're 200 all, plus I'll probably still keep grinding. There's a lot of grinds I do want to get around to. Both before the combat update as well as after the combat update. Depending on what they do with the combat update. Because whatever the current beta is for the combat update isn't necessarily the final update. They're still going to make some small tweaks to it. And some of those matter, like what they do with alchemy. And what they do with bone right, smithing, stonemason. All of our minds of Batuban people. I'm still really considering going for the 500 all there. Especially if they keep it exactly as it is in the beta right now. If they do, we are 100% doing it. Maybe not like immediately, obviously that takes forever. And by forever, I mean literally 0 people have done it in the entire game so far. So I mean forever, forever. But it's something I want to go for if they actually do buff all 3 of them. Which the current beta looks like it is. It doesn't buff EXP rate and it doesn't buff knowledge rate, but it buffs profit from it. And buffing profit means you could always consolidate some of the profit into a better pickaxe, or into buying more material, if you don't want to have to gather it all. Particularly for something like bone rate. Or for carbonice for smithing. Because how much is tier 6 carbonice right now? Hypothetically. Hypothetically. How do you spell Cabernice? It's Cabernice. Cabernice. Oh, let's call it Carbonice. It's actually Cabernice. It's not a car, it's a cab. But, yeah, they're 16.4 each. Ouch. But with the extra profit margin, that's not as ouch as it is currently. You're still burning money, but you're burning less money. Because honestly, I think it's better to buy it than to mine it. I am pretty sure. Under the new combat system, if they keep it exactly as is. I think it is legitimately better just to buy Cabernice than it is to mine it, due to how far away it is. You still burn money, but it's not as much. But honestly, when it comes to tier 6, it probably is worth banking it. I didn't really bother too much with tier 5. How much is tier 5? I think it's like 10, 11 each. What? No wonder why I didn't bother that much with tier 5. Why the discrepancy? Tier 6 is over 10 silver more? Wow. I did not know that. Alright, that explains why I didn't bother doing Carbonice at tier 5. This is only 6 point something, which is almost nothing. But wow, tier 6 is 16 silver, comparatively. That is quite a jump. Like, that's more than double. Like, obviously it's the best material in the game, but still. That is quite the jump. Alright, let's see. Is Q&A up yet? I will keep refreshing this like every 20 minutes if I have to. Nope. Ooh, someone tested the max tool level. Ooh. Someone did it on the beta because they have over a platinum. Oh, that's really cool. Someone finally did it. I don't think anyone has in the main game because it's such a waste of value. But someone who had like 1 platinum went and upgraded the tool to max. Wait, does that mean the wiki's been updated then? Yeah, let me go check. Wait, that's huge if so. Do we know how much a max tool is actually costs? See if the wiki's been updated. No, the wiki hasn't been updated. But according to the post, I believe this is correct based on scaling. Let me double check the post again. Yeah, it says 790.7. Does the other one also say that? Yeah, it's approximately 783 gold, so it's slightly cheaper than what the wiki mentions right now. Yeah, it's 783 gold to get a level 100 tool. Wait, what percent does it have? Does it show in the image? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Lost track of where it is. It disappeared on me. What happened? I don't know what happened. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's 20%. Oh, gosh. That is so expensive. That is so expensive. But if you want 20% bonus on a tool, it is 780 gold. You know, only 780. Just a small 780 gold. That's why you go for these lower numbers. Because this was only like 30 something gold for 11%. I might still be getting it to 35, which is 12% for about 42 gold. But yeah, that is still absurd to go that far. You shouldn't ever go above 50. Like, ever. Like, even if you have, like, near infinite money, you still shouldn't. There are so many better things you could be putting that on. Because a level 50 tool is, like 100 something gold. But if you want that extra few percent at the end, like the extra 5%, you gotta spend another, like 600 something gold. It is so overpriced. For what's effectively just a 5% perpetual boost. On a skill that does nothing once you reach 500. It's something they really got to consider with tool boost upgrades in the future. Like actually allow the tool to do something at 500. Because initially it's just for EXP, but then once you reach 500 it does nothing. Also, I am so tempted because how annoying these snakes are because of the people here. I'm so tempted to try this at 138. I just use a boost potion every time or something because they move really slow. Because we can kill these at 135. It'll be a little clunky, but we can. Especially if we can get like one armor drop or something here. Ideally a weapon. The other slightly annoying thing about these is, even though they're weak to blue, which is good for us, they also do yellow, which is bad for us. Because our yellow defense is by far the lowest. Not by much, though. Only by about 1 point something percent. It adds up. I forget if I mentioned what the poll was earlier, but the poll is, did you send a question into the Q&A on the Brighter Shores combat rework? Supposedly, they should be doing a big post listing out all the combat rework questions that everyone sent in. Well, not all of them, but you know, some amount of them. And they're going to do like one big text post for it, kind of like what they did for the AMA a couple months back. But a slightly different format this time, but still pretty much the same. But yeah, after 17 votes, 18% said yes, and 82% said no. Which is like, what, 2 or 3 people from that then? Who sent a question in? I actually did this time. I didn't for either the other 2 Q&As or AMAs. But this is the first time I sent one in for. And this one's specifically only on combat stuff. Not on anything else, just combat. But they haven't posted it yet. Oh, so you know what's funny is I thought I only had one more inventory space here. I'm so used to on Steam Deck when I have the inventory like this. There's an empty spot here. So I keep thinking that all but one is actually full inventory. But when you have it like this, it's obviously the full thing. Which always throws me off because on Steam Deck it always looks like this because of how the screen is. You can't ever have it looking like this, unfortunately. Which bothers me to no end. It's impossible to make them 4x6. You always gotta do a weird whatever on earth you call this. It's something they'll hopefully adjust in the future. Fairly low priority, but it drives me crazy. Pretty sure by the time they do a mobile release, they'd have something like that fixed on Steam Deck as well. But he's currently just a lot weirder to a smaller screen compared to a bigger screen. Like the way these side panels currently work. Oh, so speaking of side panels, all of the skills. Where's our chapter 25? We're ready. But yeah, it definitely future-proof some of these menus, that's for sure. I still haven't measured this in like Photoshop or something to see how far this actually is. But that has to be at least 20 chapters, if not further. How much space you could fit here before you'd have to scroll. And even then, you would just have to scroll. Kind of like how you have to now. If you do it like this, you have to scroll up and down. I like to be able to see them all at once, though. So I'll always end up adjusting it to whatever stretch we need to be able to see them all. The only problem with that is it will eventually make our inventory smaller. Also, after we have to bank, I'm gonna go gear up to try to take out the 138s. I can't stand these snakes anymore. We're being crashed in both rooms. Well, more so mini crashed. I'd rather just fight this stronger enemy, just use a bunch of potions. It's not that big a deal. Let's see. Yep, he's still here. So we'll go until we get one more item drop, and then we'll gear up for the 138. And by that, I mean bring potions with us. Because we're going to need heals, and we're going to need a cryopot. Still going to be running with the same gear, though. Just our potion setup needs to be stronger. And that's the last enemy we can kill this stream. He's the next enemy we have to make a new weapon for if we don't get a drop from this guy. It looks like we got about 6.5 average for a drop here at this level range. That's not too bad. Luckily, everything after the update should be giving us 10 silver at bare minimum with the combat level that we'll be at. So every drop will be worth picking up again. Hey, there we go. And we're out of here. Alright, let's go move to our final enemy. At least for today. And that is the Stir, whatever they're called. I forget their name. It begins with S. It's a weird word. It is the... Oh, I can't see it here. The Strigan. Where is it? Yeah, the Spriggan. That would be the one. I'm still going to use only 20%. I'm not going to bother upgrading to 25. We're not going that overkill. How much are running low on these? Oh, speaking about low, gosh, I'm low on everything. Hey, we gotta make sure not to overbuy, though, because this is the last time we're ever gonna need these potions, probably. Because under the new system, both of these are gonna be way too weak to bother. The plus 40 is not gonna do enough, and the 20% is basically like using a 10% heal pot. That should be enough for the rest of the grind. And then grab these. Trying to think if we have any other blue enemy that's weak. Grab about that many. It should be good to go. And while we're here, because we'll need it for some other stuff too, give me those 5% XP pots as well. Those will splurge a little bit more on. We actually need a lot of them later. Alright, off we go. Alright, to the Spriggans! Not sure if I'm gonna bother banking their stuff, but we might. We might. Their alchemy drop isn't worth it, but they're, I'm gonna camp this tree right here. As long as we boost potion every fight and drink at least once, we should be fine. One heal and one cryo pot each fight. We should be able to kill them for their better XP rate. Also, we can't really get crashed here. Or at least not by one person we can't. By two people we could. But one singular person can't crash here. I believe this was another room that used to only have 3 enemies that now has 4. Oh, so I do plan to do carpenter on all these logs, by the way. Is it worth it? Barely. Like, it is just within the range of being a log that is not useless. It's right there at 192. This could be a sketchy fight. Oh no, we're gonna die. The struggle of a slow hitting weapon, no! Can't wait till we can start using rapier for everything after the update. Right, maybe we're not ready for them yet. Oh no, I just really don't want to deal with the snakes, but these are slightly too strong for our current gear. So I gotta keep trying though. It's amazing how much better that keep looks with the green symbol on it compared to the combat symbol that it has now. Hello, game. I would like to see what's going on. Hello? Bad angle. Alright, still no Q&A. Are we just not getting this Q&A today? Gosh. Let me double check the Twitter. Nope, still no info on it. Yeah, these things drop catkins. That's used for the plus 80 Arborite potion, the better one. Not the one that's currently on the ground, but the better version of it is. Which would mean it's actually not horrible to bank. Not this one, but the better version of it. This is for the plus 60. But at a certain point you get the plus 80 version. And depending on where your oak tree's at, it actually would be worth banking potentially. And then just buy the chestnut from the shop. Because apparently I didn't heal one battle, because you should have an even ratio of both. Since every fight should need about one Cryonay and one heal. We're almost there though. 3 more levels after this one will be their same level. Hopefully by then we're tanky enough to not need as many potions. So I'm gonna get like an armor drop or 2 by then, because then we can wield everything at 138, whatever we get from them. More ideal would be a weapon though, of course. Oh yeah, I'm on 7% pot. Let me actually use that on this then. We'll get the passive later. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but sure. I'm just trying to hit the guy, but the tree's in the way. Tree hitbox. This is one of the other reasons why I take out this tree, by the way. It's not just for the XP, it's also just to get rid of its hitbox. Because there's such an annoying hitbox here. That blocks like half the room where you can actually see them. But it's also for the XP. But it's also partially because this hitbox is in a very annoying location. Honestly, all the hitboxes here are. Like, it's so hard to see anything here. Like, what's going on? All we can see is the silhouettes. Like, every angle here is so hard to see things. But it's the better room. You can't do any other room. You have way more time to range them in this room. Also, I believe the other room has no oak tree. I'll check. Is there oak tree there? Yeah, there's no oak tree in the other room. It's purely only combat. It's basically the overflow room. So I do have a fire sword. I'm pretty sure it's overall weaker, even though it's 48%. I'm actually curious though, what will the game auto switch to? I'm gonna let all my ammo go this time and see what it switches on its own. Given that I use a Cryonate pot, I assume it's going to switch to my two-hand. I want to see on a fight where I don't Cryonate if it'll switch to my one-hand or not. I assume the answer is no. The two-hand should still be better power. Especially with the potion, but even without the potion. It is 1% off from a max burn percent, though. I wish we would have gotten this on, like, the next enemy up. Like, we would have gotten that from the, like, snake or something. Or even the other thing. Because we ended up getting this off the shade, unfortunately. Which is way too far away from when we actually needed a Fire Weak enemy. Oh, that is an upgrade. Can't wield it yet, though. Right, let me see. I'm not going to use a Cryonate this time. I want to see if it defaults to Fire Blade or to the two-hand. Yeah, it's still the two-hand. Okay. Even out the potion. These enemies move very slow. It does seem like some enemies have a different movement speed. These and Shades are like the two slowest ones. Particularly the Shades in, not in this chapter, but in chapter 3 Shade. Like the Wraith, whatever it's called. If they ever add movement speed to combat, which we don't know for sure if they're going to be doing... Oh, that's not good. I was like, I can't even wield it yet either. Keep getting drops I can't even use. Gosh, this tree's so big. There's almost like no camera angle that works here. Like, how am I supposed to see the enemy that's right there? Or there? Like, they're there, but they're tree blocked. I guess maybe you're supposed to do this angle? Or something? Because this angle is really bad. This angle, this tree keeps getting in the way. This is like the only angle you could do. But it feels weird because it's like the opposite direction where you need to be moving. Gonna chance it. I'm sure what its max hit is, but I believe it can hit like a 70-something. Amazing how big of a difference just even one level makes, though. And levels are going to feel so much more impactful after the rework as well once they get the skill tree in and everything. There's one thing that's going to feel really awkward about the combat initially, though. Is a lot of that system is probably skilled for, you know, special attacks and skill tree existing. Yet neither will be in the game. Or at least not when they do the merge. But a lot of our rates are probably being balanced based on the merge. Or based on the skill tree and specs. Gosh, double heal and I might still die. Gotta bring out those 25% bots, gosh. Normally pre-200 you don't really need them. But our armor is a little underwhelming right now. Weapon could use a bit of an upgrade. They're not upgrading it to the next enemy though. So the next enemy should be pretty chill. Because we had a last enemy where we have to struggle with slightly under-upgraded. Not really struggle, but I don't know, I always like having really high. So 124 star. Which is still pretty solid for a 138. And something with the new system too that I'm kind of surprised after the combat rework is you're not going to be able to get away with as big of a disparity as I thought you'd be able to. It's still similar to this current system where you have to upgrade your stuff every like 20, 30 levels. Otherwise you're really far behind. I thought under the new system you could get away with like 50-ish levels, but honestly you can't. Like you still have to upgrade everything every 20, 30 or so. Oh, so I'm keeping those drops, by the way. I just don't feel like putting them into storage. It's quicker to drop them and pick them back up than to put them in storage. Gotta remember not to despawn them. I got 10 minutes, they'll be fine. This tree takes like 1 minute to respawn. Oh, so we almost got our first woodcutting level from doing nothing but combat. And it's all off of this oak tree and the pine tree that we could do while doing the next enemy. So the next enemy probably might gain a woodcutting level then. Because they're the only two enemies that would gain woodcutting XP during. Oh, there's Miles, yes. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Let's see, can we figure out where they're going based on the direction? I could if I also saw levels. When I see that direction, I think Bone Spike. But there's a lot of things that aren't Bone Spike over there. Oh, so this is one of the few times we're doing oaks is actually worthwhile. As the biggest issue with oak logs is normally the distance between the trees. But if you're doing a 0-tile oak, then you're never moving. So it makes the XP of them, rate of them per hour quite a bit better. The biggest issue with them normally is their discrepancy between how far apart they are. Then the bank is not ideal either. But it's more so from the trees being so far apart. Femurs now? Oh, nice. Good old femurs. Are you dropping them or banking them? Because I was actually banking them for my shields. As they are the closest bone that can make a shield to a bank. You are banking? Ooh. I banked them too for shield. Pretty much exclusively for shield. Though you do make the best fire spec weapon in the game with it. The two-hand fire thing. That's not relevant at the moment, but eventually will be. After skill tree and everything. It matters a lot more on Hammer Mage than it does on Cryo Knight, though. Because Cryo Knight already has a good spec one-hand fire. But I don't believe Hammer Mage is either. Like, it has a fire weapon, but it's not a slow-hitting fire weapon. Unlike the other two classes. I think it's 5 tick. It's like middle speed. It's like a middle speed two-hand. So I guess it matters to Cryo Knight a lot more then. Because Cryo Knight has a slow-hitting one-hand thing, but it doesn't have a two-hand version. Whereas Hammer Mage's is two-hand, but it's slower attack speed. I mean, quicker attack speed, I mean. Is it slow? Wait, is it 6 tick? Let me double check. I thought it was 5 tick. Let me check real quick. I know it's slow, but I don't think it's slowest. I haven't checked in a while, though. I don't use Hammer Mage. Oh, it is 6 tick. Never mind. Oh, it's only relevant to Cryo Knight, then. Never mind, it is 6 tick. Alright, so only Cryo Knight cares about them, then. Or, you know, cares about the fire thing. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what the spec difference will be between them. Because Cryo Knight has the opportunity to choose between either. Whereas the other classes are basically forced to use whatever they have. And honestly, Cryo Knight... okay, that's interesting. I didn't think about that just now. Every class has a 6-tick fire melee weapon. That's interesting. Cryo Knights is like the worst of the three, though, because it's one-handed. But it's also the only one of the three that is one-handed, so that could also be a benefit. Where it just depends on the piece of content or what they ultimately do. I never noticed that. All classes fire melee weapon is 6-tick, like slowest possible speed. Because I'm almost guaranteed Guardians is. Let me double check while we're doing it. I'm like 90% certain theirs is also 6-tick. Yep, 6-tick. Yeah, I never noticed that till just now. Every class's fire melee weapon is 6-tick. The only difference is Cryo Knights is one hand and the other two are two-hand. Though of those weapons, Cryo Knight is the only one that does not require carpentry in order to make the weapon. The other two both have a carpentry requirement. With it being particularly high for what you call it? Actually, maybe they both use U-Pull. But I know for sure the Guardian one uses U-Pull. I'm not sure if the Hammer Mage one does. I'm sure there's a way to check by clicking on the card here. There's no way to check here. I don't want to look it up on the wiki right now. I know for sure Guardians uses U-Pull. Cryo Knights definitely doesn't. I forget what material it is, but it's definitely nothing, nothing but metal. Ooh, oh, wait, never mind, that's actually good still. This is for my next upgrade. Do I already have a Guardian one? I do. Ooh, I only need to make one component. I only got to make the longsword. Oh, that's really nice. Oh, and it's untuned, though it doesn't really matter. But, nice, okay. Oh yeah, the 188 boots. This was from the other chapter in case we ever need it. This was from when I was making the sword. Oh, it only took me 5 tries, by the way. I think I did that off stream. I haven't actually sold them yet, but it took me 5 tries to get the sword we're using right now. Which isn't too bad. Because the other 4 tries are still in the bank. I never bothered selling them. That's funny. I forgot those were still there. Never bothered selling them. I just immediately made the weapon and then got right back to combat. So I like how he's wearing that as like a mining hard hat. I almost feel like keeping one around just to have it for whenever we do mining. I normally hate this helm a lot, but it's a really good mining helmet. Because the other one just looks so much better. But this one looks better only if you're doing mining. It's like the one activity where it's like, you know what, that's probably fine. That's actually better. Yeah, let me go refresh the Q&A again, see if it's been posted yet. Nope, still no Q&A. I'm not seeing one. Hopefully they post it sometime to stream. I assumed they would post it around the same time they launched the beta yesterday. But nope, they're about 2.5 hours off. I think they're like 5 hours ahead on time zone, so they're like, what, 7, 8 o'clock right now? So if they're gonna do it before the end of the day, they gotta do it in like the next 3-4 hours. Oh, he's on the final tier of that guy. Ooh. Not the final, but you know, the final one you have to kill pre-200. Yeah, that reminds me, we've been stacking up some pretty nice gold. We're actually at 22 right now. I'm likely throwing it all into pickaxe. And by all into pickaxe, I mean whatever I need to do to get to level 35. And then whatever spear we have, we just use for whatever. Like the 200 all mines Matubin cape. After the rework. Because we're going to be rocking that. Initially, we had Smith and Keep season. Then we had Mine and Keep season. Then we're going to have Mine to Matubin Keep season. Till we eventually have the 500 all Mine to Matubin or Chronopolis or Stonewall Hill Cape. Because once we put on our first ever 500 all Cape, that thing's not being taken off until we get another 500 all Cape. And the order in which I will likely be doing them, if I do end up doing 500s, is going to be Mines of Matubin, then Chronopolis, then Stonewall Hill. Ideally, both of these being done before Stonewall Hill gets released. Highly doubt it, though. You never know. I think I'm underestimating how long that's going to take. Because there are people who have done it so far. Might just have to settle into 200 and just be like, yeah, that's fine. Technically, in the current version of the game, until Chapter 5, we only need 400 all Mines of Matubin. Going further just future-proofs us for Chapter 5. But it's not necessarily required for Chapter 5. It's still kind of crazy. It's actually the only thing that hasn't been maxed, other than total level. But so far, the only category that doesn't have someone at the max possible level, aside from total, is Mines of Matubin. But the closest person is still like a couple hundred off. And they've been doing it basically non-stop since launch. Which means, yeah, that's a good, like, 3-4 month grind from where we are. If we were to commit to the whole thing. Hey, let's see, not ignore combat. What is the amount of levels here? So 122, let's just guesstimate. 120, 130, so it's 250-ish. 150 again. So that's 400, 150 again. That's 550 levels short. That's an entire 500 of post-500 levels short. And some. That's a lot of levels. Oh, hello, Luke! Yeah, Scout Grind's been going great. We're nearly there. Goal is to have it done by Friday. And then Saturday we're going to do every activity in the entire game up to level 200. Every single production we've never done, every AFK activity we've never done. As we'll be set up to go do all of them. And what we do beyond that, I'm not sure. Just start randomly grinding everything. Like, I know what we need to grind, just not sure what order I want to go do it in. Basically, whatever I feel like it, we'll just kind of just hop around. Because we have quite a bit of flexibility beyond that point. Where's the other one? There it is. I was gonna say, there should be a 4th one here. Yeah, we could technically finish it tomorrow if I really power grinded it, but I'm gonna pace myself and just get it done on Friday. But it is doable if we spent like 16 hours today and then like 15-ish hours tomorrow or something. Like, if we spent 30 hours between today and tomorrow, we could. I just don't think we will be at max efficiency. But 30 hours would easily do it. Even closer to 25 hours. But it has to be like max full pay attention amount of time. Oh, so one thing I do want to go do tomorrow, I might as well stream, because I want to test it with the beta. I want to test how quests work with the beta, because both my 2 alt accounts need to go do Lost Shipment tomorrow. So not only will we stream both the Lost Shipments, but we'll stream the beta to see how big of a difference the battle is. Because I haven't really seen anyone really cover that yet, like on an actual substantial quest, because no one's going to bother farming the beta that far unless they already have an account set up for it, which we do. Because the Obelisk doesn't really count. You'd have to test it on like the Lost Shipment or Branolf or Spider Nest or something else like that. Like an actual real fight. Because the one in the Obelisk is pretty much a joke. You can kill it at like level 0. But yeah, I want to see how it works in a new beta. Like how the level scaling works. Because how it's going to work is my 2 accounts are level 48 and 49. So when they do it in the main game, they're fighting level 30s, which is going to be so free. They're like so under-geared, but they could just absolutely obliterate what they needed to go do. The problem is in the beta, we don't know exactly how this is going to be. Like, they're going to be way higher than level 30. Like, we will also be higher. We're going to be around level, like, 110 to 120. But the enemies will also be way higher. So we're going to test that tomorrow. It's one of the few things we haven't tested in the beta, just because I haven't had a setup for it until tomorrow. When they both go do Lost Shipment. You got a epic level 302 monster drop weapon to take to the combat merge? Nice. Yeah, I don't really have anything good to bring to the merge. At least armor-wise. Weapon-wise, we can easily craft whatever we need, so it's not that big a deal. But my best armor is 218 3-star armor. For body and legs, that's it. I'm gonna be way under-geared for armor after the update. That's my only big concern with doing any amount of combat after the merge. Is I am so absurdly under-geared for armor. Like, weapons won't be a problem. But armor will be super, super, super problematic. And the worst part is, if I want to buy 2-star gear for Chronopolis, their new balance price is like 1 gold each. Like, I bought a shield during the beta, and it was slightly over 1 gold. It was like 1 gold, 6 silver or something. Which is absurdly expensive for a 2-star armor upgrade. If you do so in the current state of the game, I think it's like a couple hundred silver. Like maybe like 3, 4, 500 silver at my current level range. But at my current level range in the new format, it's over 1 gold. It's like double the price, if not triple. It is so expensive. Oh, so the reason why I did 2 tiles is, for whatever reason, you actually move slower diagonally. Now, with a 6-tick weapon you can, but I believe with a 5-tick weapon you lose 1 tick if you move diagonally and then hit. But you don't lose any ticks if you move in a cardinal direction. Like if I go here, we're not going to lose any time, but if I do a diagonal, I believe we hit slightly slower. Yeah, we hit like as a 6-tick instead of a 5-tick, it looks like. Which is fine for 6-tick weapons, but not for 4 or 5. Also, you can't move at all while doing a 4-tick weapon, or you will lose value. Which I'm curious to see how that will work when Boston comes out. Because we even saw that while we were doing like the Mines of Matubin boss on the alt account. When we were killing like the level 35 for Matubin's Legacy when they were level 20. It was actually better for us to use a slower hitting weapon that was 5 or 6-tick. Rather than a 4-tick weapon. This 4-tick weapon is only really good if you are stationary. It's actually really bad if you're constantly moving, as you lose a lot of potential damage from it. Also, we're getting so close to that 4,000 milestone. Just for us to lose it when the combat merge comes, and then regain it again like a few days later. I do kind of want to do combat until level 1,000 though. I believe Chino said earlier he's doing the same. I am very tempted after 200 to go for it. I just gotta figure out what is going to be our best chapter route. Worst comes to worst, we'll just AFK raid dens. These other alternatives is this is pretty good to 204, but then falls off. Don't really want to kill the crows, they're kind of annoying. Scout is definitely a no. It's either Goblin or the other annoying thing. Yeah, it's almost Goblin for all of them. It's kind of bad. Like almost every option is Goblin, 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 or Goblin. Because every single one of them converts into a Goblin by that level range. If you do Scout, Goblin. If you do Guard, okay, Guard is the one that isn't Goblin technically. It would actually be Crow. And then Goblin. It's so weird. I never noticed that. But for all the chapters that have a Goblin, the main thing you pretty much have to fight immediately post 200 is a Goblin. The only reason that's not the case for Chapter 4 is Chapter 4 has no Goblin in it. But every chapter has a Goblin. Pretty much the first enemy you have to fight post 200 is a Goblin. Which are all weak to yellow. Alright, one more level after this one, and we'll be the same level as them. Then we can start wearing some of this equipment. Most of it doesn't do anything, but I guess it will help a little. If nothing else, if we want the one-handed pivot, we can. I don't have any reason to, though. We're making a longsword after this enemy. Ideally, I want to make it for 145, but at this point, honestly, I might just make a 140 out of it. Let me double check. When do we need to do our next upgrade after? Because I already have all the material for it, so we're kind of good to go to do it whenever. Like, I literally just have to make a longsword, and that's it. I just make it at the level that we needed at. That's it. The longsword has to last us all the way until we go into a blue two-hand, though. Where's the final bear? 157. I don't know, do I just do bear with longsword then? There's nothing immune to blue in this area, I don't believe. Well, in this section. Wendigo is, but that's later. Because our next upgrade takes like 5 minutes to make. Unless we go dry on it. Because oddly enough, the only component we're missing is the smithing component. Which is really rare that that's ever the case, but is the case this time around. He's currently using a 120 with a mid-roll. Originally I was gonna wait till like 145. I'm so tempted to do the 120 though. I mean the 140, I mean. Because that sets us up to be able to AFK these later. So I think it's the goal then. I'll probably even make the weapon on stream. Because at that point I can properly AFK these guys. We should have enough strength by then. And it's also the weapon we use for all the AFKing until we make a new weapon for tomorrow's stream. But hopefully we still have a Q&A to go over. Are they posting that today? I could click and refresh like every 20 minutes. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Let me double check the Twitter. That's not it. You know what's gonna happen though? If I do end this stream to go grab dinner, the second I hit end stream button is the second to hit upload. I've had that happen with so many things in the past. Not necessarily for Brighter Shores, but just in general. Where I'll like wait for something most of the day. And then literally the second we end the stream, like 1 to 5 minutes later, it's like, up there it is. It's gonna happen. Honestly, that would be the best way to make them actually upload it. Is if I end stream button, they will post it within the next 5 minutes. Like near 100% chance. Worst comes to worst, we'll just go over it tomorrow. I was hoping to include it on this stream though, because the main gimmick of tomorrow's stream is that we're testing how quests work under the new beta system. We're also doing Lost and Found on both the two alts, but also to test how it works with the new quest system, because that's the only one I have accessible anytime soon to go test it on. And of course Friday's 200 all. True 200 all. Not no fake 200 all. We're getting the actual 200 all tomorrow. At some point I'll be allowed to drink this potion. There's probably so much XP waste. But I must. Hopefully at some point you could do it at some point a little bit earlier than that. The fact that you can only do it for like the last 15 seconds or whatever it is so bad. There's so many times where you're just waiting. Where I probably shouldn't be waiting, but I am. The solution to that is just drink the better potion when you actually need to. And don't accidentally drink a 5% that ends up potion blocking you. Nope, don't do it. Don't do it. Also, once we do have skill tree and special attacks, I don't really foresee us ever dying in a battle ever again other than bosses. It's gonna be kind of hard to die to a generic enemy. It would almost be like the equivalence of dying to like a lesser demon in old school RuneScape or something. Or even a 2004 Scape or something. Like, you almost have to actively go out of your way to die. Like, I feel like that's gonna be the case once we get special attacks and skill tree. Because all of our stats will be min-maxed enough to pretty much never need to worry about it against your generic enemy. Unless your generic enemy you're fighting is like way, way, way stronger than you compared to where you're geared up to. But assuming you're fighting something same level, you should pretty much never die again after skill tree and specs. Unless your gear is just really absurdly undergeared. And even then, it would only take like a few hours of combat to get re-geared. Like, one single day of combat could easily get you re-geared to wherever you need to be. Probably even less. Might not be perfect gear, but it'd be good enough to fight your level range. Oh, I'm gonna chance it. Nice, we got it.
That's a half a level and we can finally wield this, as well as anything they ever drop. Unfortunately, this isn't really an upgrade though, since we're not using shield. Let's see, will a tree spawn on us? Have to get tree blocked. Blocking our head. I do like the little silhouette things. So you can still kind of see where you are even when you're, you can't actually fully see it. You see random silhouettes lighting up. With the damage type that they're taking. That'd be a really fun gimmick for a boss. Like where your vision is like somewhat obfuscated. But you only see like maybe like the main hitbox thing, like the circle thing for where the boss is. But then everything else is just the silhouettes of hit splats. Like not for our entire boss fight, but for like a phase of a boss fight. Where it gets like really dark and all you can see are the hit splat silhouettes. Gosh, might need a second heal. Don't do it. Don't do it. You almost did it. Actually, that could have killed us. I just realized something. Does Cryo Knight not have... Yes, it does, Mace. I was gonna say, does it not have a 5-tick one-hand weapon? It does. I was just thinking with, like, bossing and everything. Those 5 ticks are gonna be quite a bit better. And Cryo Knight doesn't have 5-tick, it doesn't have a good 5-tick one-hand weapon. Guardian has their physical all-round weapon. Hammer Mage have by far the best, having their actual yellow weapon. But yeah, Cryo Knight has to use a wimpy yellow weapon if they want to do such a thing. But Hammer Mage has a big advantage in that regard, as they're the only class with a one-hand 5-tick. His Cryo Knight does have 6-tick if nothing else. But not for its element. Hammer Mage is the only one that has it for their element. Obviously for 2-hand we have it, but not for 1-hand if it's ever relevant. I would say Guardian has the worst in that regard. Because what on earth is Guardian supposed to do? Because they have no green weapon that is 5-tick. Like, literally 0. Like, worst comes to worst, Cryo Knight just use what we're using now. Hammer Mage can literally use anything. Or, you know, either of the 2 yellow weapons they have. But, Guardian has none. Obviously, they have weapons that can 5 and 6 for melee, but none of them are green. Unless they eventually change how movement works. Because if they ever had movement speed increase, but it also decreases like the number of ticks needed to move, then it doesn't really matter what the tick speed is then. But right now 5-tick and 6-tick are the only ones you can move with. 4-tick loses damage if you move with it. Oh, we got our level. Nice. Give me that. Thank you. Finally. Don't need to keep a random junk item in our inventory. Hello, Thomas. Welcome, welcome. You're getting extremely burned out. Oh, no. Made it to Chronopolis and finished all quests. Help. All quests in the entire game or main storyline? Or do you mean like all quests? Like, that's the next really big goal to go for. If you want like a goal to set. Is doing all the side quests. Not sure if you mean main storyline or literally all quests. There's just a lot of really good rewards in some of those side quests currently. There's also 2 more really close around the corner. We're not sure if that's going to come before the combat merge, but there are 2 new quests pretty soon as well. One of them likely having equipable potions as a reward, and the other one we don't quite know. Oh, all quests? Okay. I feel like it is the time where a lot of people tend to stop for a little while. Because there's nothing specifically to grind for at that point other than number go up. The 2 best things to do for the current combat rework, though, would be to try to get all your combats to the same level. So if your highest level is like level 50, try to get level 50 all combat. And beyond that, getting your crafting skill up, particularly your weapon making skill in Chapter 3 is really useful. Ideally all of them, but at least the one for your class. Like if you're Guardian, that's Bone Right. If you're Hammer Mage, I'm about to die here. Okay, good, we didn't get it. Fine. We got lucky. But, yeah, if you're Guardian, that's Bone Right. If you're Cryo Knight Blacksmith. And then Stone Mason for Hammer Mage. But those are the main ones right now. But as far as specific goals that the game sets for you, yeah, there isn't too much beyond all quests at the moment. It's like the last really big goal in the current state of the game. Unless you really want to grind out for future stuff. I'm not sure why I went for these 2 trees. They seem somewhat nearby, but then I realized it's a double cliff, so it's like, never mind. I keep forgetting that you can't do it on the bottom. Alright, 2 more levels, we'll go make our weapon then. And go make a 140 longsword. Luckily we only need 1 component, the other 2 are banked. I was gonna make sure I make it the right level. So it should be a really quick craft. Like 10 minutes tops. For a 20 level 4-star upgrade. Plus I won't need to use these blue potions anymore. But yeah, beyond all quests, there's not anything that the game really tells you to go grind for beyond that. You can definitely set goals yourself if you want things to end up reaching. But as far as goals that the game sets for you, it pretty much stops after all quests in the current state of the game. Obviously that will change in time. The current state of the game basically has no direct goals given by the game after all quests. Alright, let me go check again. Is the Q&A up yet? Nope. Oh wait, beta feed? No, I keep thinking this is it. This keeps getting me. This is the one for feedback on the beta. It's not the one on the questions though. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere. If it's not up soon, I'll just cover it tomorrow. Because it could still be hours till it gets up. And the main end goal we had for today was actually 140. Not for the entire day, but you know, for stream. We'll still be grinding. And then tomorrow we'll get to like 180-ish. 170-ish probably on stream. And then obviously on Friday we don't end until we have completed our goal. Tomorrow I'm also going to be testing how quests work in a new beta. Since I'll be doing Lost Shipment on both the alt accounts. Oh yeah, that's another thing too if you feel like you've ran out of content. If you haven't done your 2 alts yet, you could try to get all your 2 alts to where you are. Or just make them in general so you at least get them to passives and everything. Have them go do a skill you don't want to do like Carpenter or Alchemy or something. Or production skill in Chapter 3. You just have them camp that. You do have to check on them for about an hour every week. But as long as you keep doing that, they'll eventually have 500. It'll take a while, but they will. Also, one thing that's also really profitable now in the current state of the game, or soon to be current state of the game after the beta, making an AFK combat ult, where all it does is AFK combat, then AFK combat, then AFK combat, while using wealth potions. Those actually generate quite a bit of wealth each, if you're going to be enabling trading down the line. I don't have any of those, but if you were to, Each one ends up generating probably... Oh no, do they eventually reach a gold per day? I'm actually not sure how much they make. I know they definitely make several hundred silver a day. I'm not sure if it reaches the 1+ gold mark though. At any point. Because that's another thing that you can actually do with the new combat system. That might be a little bit exploity down the line. We'll have to see what the actual rates are. But AFKing combat like crazy with wealth potions generates so much money on an ult once you get to a certain level range. And all you have to do is just keep giving them a slightly better weapon upgrade so they can maintain actually doing the activity. Which once trading is out is really easy to do. It's a little bit harder to do right now though, because you have to get lucky off of Chronopolis drops. But I guess under a new system you won't really need to get that lucky, because there's no chapters anymore, because the annoying thing before is you had to get it for the right chapter. But now with no chapter divide, yeah, you could literally just set up like a billion ults and just have them all do combat. I don't plan to do that though, but it would be funny. Have like 90 ults, each generating like 1 gold per day. Because you don't even have to keep maintaining their activities either. Once you reach a certain point with them, the gold never gets diminished currently. So the amount of gold you make is always the same. It's only the XP that you would be getting would be diminished if you don't go to the next activity. But the gold gain actually remains the same. But my main game plan with the 2 ults that we have on the one main profile, because I'm not making other Steam accounts, I'm not going that far with it. I was playing the 3 that you can have off of 1 membership. But, what was I mentioning with this? I was about to go somewhere with this. Oh yeah, the current thing that I'm doing with them is they're currently trying to get 500 Bone Right and Stonemason. The Guardian, of course, doing Bone Right. The Hammer Mage obviously is doing Stonemason. And then slowly pinching them towards all quests. After Lost Shipment tomorrow, they will officially have half the quests done. But the only ones still being needed to be done being Branolf Inheritance, Forgotten Things, and Battle of Fortune Hold, and Spirit Essence. But Spirit Essence is pretty easy to get to. So it's only going to be 3 hard ones then that they'll have left after tomorrow. Hard more so in the level requirement grind, not in what you have to do for the quest. So far, every quest is pretty straightforward, difficulty-wise. With just varying degrees of requirements. Some of which are harder than others. Yeah, I keep forgetting, they don't have Spirit Essence done. Under the new raid system, though, it's pretty fine at lower levels. I'm not sure if they're going to be tweaking it more for the higher level range, but at lower level range, they're actually perfectly fine after the change. It's not too big a deal. So they can easily get the detective level they need later. And now with quest scaling, they should already be combated enough to be able to do the quest as well. All they need is like a few detective levels. I think they're at like 24, 25. They need like 31. That's really free to go get though. The hardest requirement they still have to do is like 61 Chef. Because it's way too much of a waste of money to AFK to 61. They have to manually do Chef for like 20 hours to get there. Especially if you're not doing bounties. It is so long. Like that could easily take them like 2 months to go do that quest. Because I'd have to do it just based on the knowledge points. Like, you know, unlocking knowledge points for everything else. Which means it might actually legitimately take us 3 to 4 months to do Branolf Inheritance. Just because of how slow I'd be doing it over time. Like, if we power grinded it, it would take like 2 days. But it's actually going to take like 3 months. Doing it almost as passively as possible. Oh no, Branhoff Inheritance is a lot less needed after the update though, the combat merge. I believe all it does is give you like 12 or 16 more storage. That's nice, but you're already going to have like 80 something storage, or 70 something, whatever it is. So it giving you that much more storage isn't as big of an impact as it was before. Because right now it's double untuned. But after the update, it's still giving the same amount of slots, but due to them all being merged together, all the chapter storages and everything, you just have one big mega storage, so the 16, 12 slots, whatever you get from it, is a lot less needed compared to now. It makes a lot less of an impact. Like, it's still nice to have, but it's way less needed compared to now. As right now, it's pretty much needed to do Bone Wright, Stonemason, Blacksmith, like training them and selling them properly so you don't have to bank as much. That's another nice buff that they're going to be getting to after the update. A bit of like a pseudo buff to them. But you don't have to keep banking constantly when making stuff. Because you'll be able to put like 80 items away. That's more than 3 full inventories worth of gear. Alright, at some point we'll be able to drink to 7%. I gotta start remembering to actually drink these in time. At some point I'll remember to drink to 7% instead of a 5. At the correct time. Oh, so we're almost at 208 Carpenter. After that, we'll need to go spend 8 knowledge points to go unlock the AFK activity. Are we going to utilize the AFK activity? Probably not. The main reason being is that's the money burn one. If that was the profit one, I probably would. But that's the one that burns money. Assuming you don't do the woodcutting component, which we won't be. It's not until 224 that it starts to profit again. And then burn money again. Then burn, then profit. Then burn. Well, all the way to U-Pole, you only get to not burn money twice. Obviously, you get to process all your logs from woodcutting, which gets you pretty far. But if you do want to offset it with an AFK activity, you can only do it twice. 224 to 233, and 274 to 282, and that's it. Everything else you have to burn money if you want to get AFK XP for it. Alchemy is pretty similar. So after trading, every single potion post 200 makes money. But pre-trading, if you're just looking at money loss, like this just burns money. This technically burns money, but it's such a good potion. Not until 229 that you get your first, like, not burn money option for alchemy. And there's only like 4 or 5 of them all the way to max. There's one at 229, one at 315, one at 402. And I believe it's the final one. Yeah, the one at 402 is the final one. So you only get 3 options all the way to 500 from 200. There's a lot of great potions to be making in between, but from a not losing money perspective in current state of game, those are the only 3 that do. We're coming up to the first one soon. I'm actually considering doing it the other way around. Originally what I was going to do is make the 8% Hope Port potion. And then start making potions here. I'm actually going to do it the other way around. I'm going to start picking my potions now. I'm just waiting until after we do 200 Scout, obviously. But I'm going to make the potions now, or after 200 Scout now. And then we're going to go and then do the AFK from 229 to 238. So I'm doing the other way around. Which means we need to go manually train 10 levels of alchemy. Do we have 10 levels banked? Probably not. But whatever we have banked, we will use. I think the lowest tier potion I'll bother making is the 32% heal potion. I'm not going to make anything lower than that. But that is the lowest of low I'll bother making. Any supplies I have for anything else will just stay in there. This is way too little XP. Even that one's pushing it. I mostly just want to have those potions in case we need a really good heal potion for any kind of combat change they're doing soon. I highly doubt it, but just to have it, just in case. Realistically, based on the current changes they're making, I'm probably just going to sell them all to the shop, though. Because a 35% potion is going to cost like 3 or 4 silver to make. Maybe like 5, whatever it was. Whereas the 32% is like 16 silver to make. It's like over 3 times as expensive. I'm hoping that they rebalance that before it happens, but assuming they don't, it is like 3-4 times more expensive to make a 3% worse potion. Which is also worse XP rate and worse knowledge per hour. It's worse in like every way. Compared to just doing the buffed one that they're doing after the combat rework if they go through with it. The only main difference is you can only make half as many per hour. But you're doing so for 4 times less cost and more knowledge per hour and more XP per hour. So it's perfectly fine. Still no Q&A. Still no tweet about it. I keep refreshing like every... I feel like the increments before refresh keeps getting smaller and smaller. It's like, this'll be the time, this'll be the time, this'll be the time. Nope. But we're probably just gonna have to cover the Q&A tomorrow then. Still hoping to cover it today though. Oh, 1 level to go though. I will make the weapon on stream. About that point, I should be able to start AFKing these off stream then. With the weapon upgrade plus the durability from 140. So I'm not sure what I'm making for dinner tonight though. End up picking up a bunch of soup. It has been getting slightly warmer. It's been still so cold that some days I've been in a really big soup mood. So I end up getting like every single one of my favorite soups. Probably gonna have like a lobster bisque with something tonight. Oh, he's boosting for Minds of Matubin. He's Minds of Matubin boosting. Oh, these Moss Giants look different now that we got the better one. Which of course makes sense. Oh yeah, there's something else I didn't bother doing when we were streaming the other day. During the beta, I didn't show either of the 2 new AFK activity monsters. We got like a new mushroom creature and a new little like shrimp looking thing. They were put in the area in Minds of Matubin behind the Matubin's Legacy quest. Gosh, that Matubin's Legacy quest is so absurdly loaded now. I don't think there's a single quest in the entire game with as heavy as a reward space as Matubin's Legacy. I wish every quest was that rewarding. I think there's like 10 different things you end up getting. It's absolutely absurd. You get combat XP, mining XP, smithing XP, the ability to do a new venture, access to a new area that has 2 new enemies, 2 passive activities for combat, 1 passive activity for mining, which also feeds into a passive activity for stonemason. And the only, as well as unlocking a new mine activity of blast mining, as well as a new shop associated to it. How many is that? Like 8, 9? I don't think there's a single quest more loaded than that, as far as total rewards. It was one of the reasons why it was like one of the first quests I did on the ults after like Spider Nest quests. Like first I did Obelisk, then I did Spider Nest. But then oddly enough, the third one was Matubin's Legacy. Just because it's so reward heavy. It would have lived. If he would have hit a 43 there, we would have died, but he hit 11. Assuming we didn't heal. Regardless of what he hit there, we would have lived because we healed. But if we didn't and he hit a 43, we would have died. But I don't want to chance it. Still haven't figured out what these guys' max hit is yet. There's one thing I really wish you could do with Detect. There's so much more I wish Detect did, based on having a higher detective level. And one of those is, I really wish it would tell you what the enemy's max hit is on you, relative to your current mitigation. Because right now, it is near impossible to figure out, like, what on earth this thing's max hit is. Then on our next enemy, like, what on earth is that thing's max hit. I would love if Detect had more info on it. With something that just simply tells you what the max hit is in their stats relative to your stats is, would be so convenient. Among many other things. Right now, all it shows you is their element. So if I use Detect, they'll be covered in green. But you can already see that by just clicking on this. But I'm hoping they eventually add enough info to Detect that it's actually useful. I would also finally fix Detective and having a use outside of its chapter. Because right now, Fisher, Chef, and Detective do not have any effect outside their chapter. Unlike every other skill in the game. I guess technically Merchant is somewhat locked to the chapter. But not to the same degree that Detective is. If we do this, all it's going to do is show that they're green. We already know that. We don't need Detect to know that. You can check that just by clicking this and then boom, they're green. Hello, Justin. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, watching things on the side while playing this game is very convenient. It's one of the reasons why we've also been streaming a little bit less. Is because off stream, whenever I'm playing this game, I'm always multitasking it. Like off stream, I'm never playing just Brighter Shores. I'm doing at least like 2 or 3 things at once. When I'm streaming it, I'm only playing Brighter Shores, like right now. But whenever I'm off stream, I'm doing at least 2 or 3 things at once. A lot of content that's currently in Brighter Shores is definitely like second monitor content. The old school RuneScape after like 20 plus years of development is still like that as well. Obviously there's a lot of content that isn't like that in the game. But a good majority of that game is still just click on something and do something else while you wait. Even like 20 something years later. Which I think they're having their 12-year anniversary event right now, but it's 12 years since they made old school RuneScape, not 12 years since the game's been out. Technically, the actual age of old school RuneScape's kind of weird. Because if you do it based on like 2001 when Classic came out, It's like 23, 24 years, technically 24. But if you account for the fact that it wasn't being developed from 2007 to 2013, that means you take away 6 years from however many it is. Which means it's like 19 years old, technically. Even though they're having their 12-year anniversary for it. Because there was a 6-year period where it did not get any development. And the backup was based on 2007. And he started working on it again on 2013. So there were 6 years of downtime where technically there was nothing being done to it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people play this game way less. Like, we on average do like 12 hours a day. I assume the average person's like a few hours. If even that. Like, some people are just checking their dailies. We did a poll for it the other day. Like, about a week or two ago. I think 3 to 6 hours was the one that won the most. I think just checking on dailies right now is like the second most. Like 1 hour a day or less. No worries, John. I don't know, if anything, I feel like this game is set up even more for people who play less, though. So I think our two alt accounts are a pretty good example of that. They have like a few hours per week at absolute most. Like some weeks even just in 1 hour across the entire week. And they already have all half the quests completed as of tomorrow. As well as a pretty standard like mid-game kind of setup. For what is about like, I want to say 40, 50 hours total? Obviously it's over a long period of time. But it's less than half an hour a day. There's one thing that passive activities and ventures are really good for in this game. As long as you don't mind playing a game as a daily. You're trying to watch movies while playing Brighter Shores on your 27-inch monitor. A few weeks went by. I said you need a new monitor. Got a 32 for Brighter Shores and 27 in the background. That's funny. Yeah, that's actually something I did when I got the newer computer. I used to use like multiple monitors and everything, but this is the first time I ever went with one really big monitor. And I actually honestly prefer it this way. Just one really, really, really big monitor. Oh gosh, we just got dragged a mile. That's not good. Because this is what it looks like if we go full screen. Let's see, let me go look at this feed of it. Yeah, we can barely even see our character. This is what full screen looks like. If I have it go through the entire monitor. And this is what like, 1080 by 1920 is. You know, standard 16:9 1080. For you to get where we are, you'd have to never sleep. Yeah, 200 all does take a while. We'll be finishing it by Friday with about 15 more hours played, roughly. Which are probably closer to 20 hours played. I don't know, probably 15-ish. I don't know, it depends. I'll probably tangent on some other things, but yeah, probably 20-ish. So with 20 more hours played, what would that be at? It would have taken me about 1,400 hours to reach 200 all. It also accounts for a little bit of time we spent on the alts, though. So it's probably close to 1,300 hours. Also, some of that is somewhat AFK, though, of course. Like, not all of that is actively playing. But yeah, it will be about 1,300 hours if you get rid of all the alt time. Or 1,400 including it. To get 200 all. Though that's with a lot of post 200 though. Well, I mean, not a lot, but... Like, obviously there are multiple skills over 200 there. So it could be done in 1,000 hours then. I think that's realistic. Like, obviously playing 1,000 hours takes forever. But I believe in the current state of the game with 4 chapters, you can 200 all in 1,000 hours. If that was your goal to set out to do. Obviously playing for 1,000 hours takes forever though. Depending on how much time you have to allocate. Like if you only have like 2 hours a day, that's over a year. But it's effectively what max level is in this game. Like the numbers still keep going up, but 200 all is effectively max level. We even saw that with the beta update. Because they're kind of assuming Chapter 5 is already in the game to some degree. And you start getting perfect weapons and everything at level 1000. AKA 200 all. Because the system is already scaled, assuming Chapter 5 is already out. Even though it's months away. That's one thing that's interesting. You can't actually tell what resource node they're taking necessarily. It's one thing that you can actually see when someone's fishing. Because the animation uses whatever model they actually call it. Whereas things like woodcutting, gather, and a few other ones, you actually can't tell what node they're doing. You can in combat. You can while they're fishing. But there are several where you actually can't tell at all. We can tell based on her axe, though, that she's pre-200 woodcutting. We can't at all tell what her gatherer level is just by looking at that. Look at these. 70, 70, 70, 26. There's one that is not like the others. We're pretty much even on every chapter except for mine's Matubin. Or have gone slightly above average. Alright, one more level, we'll go make the weapon then. Looks like we need like 3 more kills or so. And refreshing for the Q&A. Nothing there. Nothing there. I'm starting to think we're not going to be getting this Q&A today. They're still posting it really late at night. Or tomorrow. Alright, well, time to go do some math. I should probably go upgrade my glove. What's the next enemy we're fighting? It does blue damage. 173. 182. Yeah, I do need to go tune these real quick. Well, I need to go merge the other thing anyway, so I guess I'll just keep it on me. Let's go do some math. Math time. Our target goal is 140 times 3, which is 420, but let me just double check. 420 minus 1... oh, wrong item. 125 minus 137. Figure out where my calculator is. I need to make a 158 longsword. Yeah, let's go do it. 158 longsword, unless I did math wrong. Just gotta go bank these real quick. Put all these potions away and get a Stone Mall Hill one. I mean, Mines of Bitumen one, I mean. Ooh, nice, John. I forgot, I can do that here. There we go. Still need to go back to get the potion, though. So I guess I do have to go there in the end. I'll check cooking contract while we're there. Yeah, let's go make a shiny new weapon. I'll be putting this into Stonemason, of course. Still trying to get to that 206. Oh, so I need to start buying the chicken pot pie supplies for when we get 208 Gatherer. Because that'll be one of our earlier post 200 grinds. So let me double check. What's our lemon look like? I feel like I keep going for lemon too much. I say that. I don't even think I have enough to... Yeah, I have about as much to go with all my oysters right now. Perfect. Alright, so stop doing lemon now. We need a lot more lobster supply, and we need a lot more leek pie supply. Oh, wait, that's funny. I was like, wait, we gotta... Wait, how that's gonna work? I just realized something. How are Enchantress bounties gonna work? She's not gonna exist there anymore. Oh, the path's gonna get way worse. There's going to be one less turn in there. I wonder what they're going to do about that. Because the Enchantress isn't going to exist there after the update. It's kind of funny. I wonder what they're going to do about that. I could check the beta right now and see what it gets converted into. Or maybe just have to abandon it because she doesn't exist anymore. Who knows? Maybe I have to bring it all the way over to here, her over here. Oh yeah, we're not going to have an old trunk here anymore. How am I supposed to grab my little bit of loot? Like that 3 silver we just got. Alright, what did I come here for? Longsword. What level do I need again? Calculator. 158. Let's go make a 158 longsword. And then that should be a 140 longsword with the other 2 items we have. And then I'll go tune the glove while we're over there. And we'll go test run it a little bit and see how it runs. First try? No, boo. Alright, let me go redo this map just in case. Let me see. The only problem is I can't check the items, so we just have to hope that the items were correct. But yeah, it's 158. Technically, I could do a 160 so we get a little bit more profit from them. It's not that big a deal, though. Alright, come on, give us a drop. Ideally within this inventory. So we don't need another. Just gotta remember after this one to go dump our XP into Stonemason. While we still have the boost. Would have been more perfect if that was the right sword as well. I might have to do inventory number 2. Oh no. Alright, come on, sword. Come out wherever you are. I know you're in there. Guys, at this rate, we'll gain a smithing level. No, we still need a lot of XP. Actually, how much XP are we missing? We're missing, like 300,000. There is no chance we get that dry. There's no way we get 300,000 XP here. Though I do have the iron already banked to go get it. The ore. It's the only thing we haven't processed. And like 6 random green ones. I picked up one day and it just felt like putting in storage. But yeah, for us to get a smithing level here, I'd have to go 10 times over drop rate or something. On this weapon craft. I would sure hope not. Could you imagine? Where's our pity system? But yeah, we'd have to go roughly 10 times over drop rate to gain a smithing level right now. We're already over drop rate if we don't finish it by this inventory. Come on, 2 more. Luckily we have so many of these banked. There's the only good thing about banking way too much random material. Is for this level range, we're good to go. And after the new merge, we could just use our better material. That doesn't mean I have a little bit too much spear lower material, but it's fine. Oh, Vorpal's here. Wonder what he's doing. I assume he's making a weapon upgrade. I believe he's been doing a lot of combat lately. So he's probably doing exactly what we're doing right now. Making a combat upgrade for some chapter. Luckily, I only need one component to finish it. The other two we already got as drops. Getting a little unlucky here, though. Hey, inventory number 3, let's go, I guess. Oh no. At this rate, we'll run out of ore. No, we should be fine. I don't think we're gonna run out. We don't even need them for the next update either, so technically we could and still be fine. Because this is the second to last time we need to craft something, maybe third to last. RNG provided. Because I'll probably need one more blue weapon. The problem is where it falls. It's probably not worth making a blue weapon. I might just end up making another physical again. Depends if we get a drop of one or what. Like, if I get a 3-star blue blade or a 3-star longsword, I'd probably just make whatever we get. But if we don't get either, maybe we'll still make the blue blade. The problem is the level range I'd have to do it at, we'd already have to be somewhat in the bearer. Like, the earliest I'd want to make it is like a 160. But to be able to use it effectively for bearer, we'd want to make it like a 155. But then we'd be using a 155 against a 184, 3 Viper. Which is not ideal. Because that's the next blue weak enemy. If I had a final enemy, we technically need to not be using a blue weapon. But worst comes to worst, we could just do Spriggan all the way to 200. I don't actually have to go to Windingo. We'll still first time kill it, but we don't actually have to kill it. Like, we don't have to farm it. We could just do Spriggan all the way to 200 after that. Please give me weapon. This is not how I wanted to go get 267 smithing. Honestly, at this rate, I might go make the other longsword too. No, not with this RNG. Because I do want to go make my 267, 266 longsword for Chronopolis. So we can start doing AFK raid dens again. Just in case they are nerfing raid dens for next patch. It's hard to tell right now if it's a neutral or a buff or what. But, it does seem like it's a slightly more on the nerfy side. At least for higher level ranges. For lower level range, it should be like the same XP. But for high level range, it is a bit of a nerf. Depending on exact level range that you're at. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, we got a pair of 180 boots later down the line. Gotta remember that's there. Honestly, let me just go sell everything. Oh no, I can't. Never mind. Because the order that I'm doing it, we won't be able to. Never mind, never mind. Alright, let's go combine and tune all this, and we should be good to go. Teleport over to Hope Forest. Oh, wait. I actually do. Never mind. Wait. I lied. Let me go sell all this. I just realized I need to go back to get my potions anyways. So I'm gonna do that right now. Also, how do we have 2 shields around like 180? When did this happen? Obviously they were from enemy drops, but we had 2 different chapters that both gave us a shield. Go figure. That's really funny. Because those were not from the same chapter. Those were from different chapters. And they both gave me a 3-star untuned shield. That we're probably never going to need. Or will probably just be sold. But just in case, we'll leave them for now. Yeah, there we go. We go tune the gloves. We go combine the thing. Should be good to go. And then we'll go see how much better it is with the better weapon. We also no longer need to be chugging cryo pots. We should also no longer be needing to even chug heal pots, hopefully. Rather than the panic backup one, in case we get really unlucky. $140? Have maffed? I just realized they're both a burning weapon. That's kind of funny. But there we go. And that is what our gear is looking at looking like right now. Not too bad. Armor a little unlucky here and there, but at least we got a 4-star body. Oh yeah, this is the 8th key weapon too. That's nice. Oh, we are so set up. Oh, that is so nice. Alright, let me go check one last time. Have they posted the Q&A info? Beta feedback? Nope, that's a different thing. The Q&A. Let me check the actual Q&A thread. Nope. Yeah, I'm not seeing anywheres. He's not posting about it on his Twitter that it got delayed or that it's even being posted. I assume it's not being delayed, but just doing it at some point. Yeah, I'll just have to cover it tomorrow then, that's fine. It's not that big a deal. Should probably change the title to be less related to it though. What is our current stream title? Let me check. Just for the after the fact. Yeah, we'll go into poll there too. Let me see. What was it marked at? I'll just move it to the end of the title. And put question marks behind it. Alright, the title has been fixed. I think we're going to be calling it here for now. We got to our goal. 140. Nice AFK setup. Look at how chill this is. We're just sipping water right now. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to use a boost potion, but an XP. Don't have to even change our weapon because it's a quick hitting one. You just poke them and then just does itself. I say that as I'll probably high roll us and kill us somehow. But no, we should be at the point where we should win most fights. I have to pay attention occasionally for a heal, but that 19 should last us the whole time. And tomorrow we'll finally be back to blue week enemies. I'm just not sure if I'm going to be adjusting my weapon just to go kill them though. But oh, we might. If we do, we'd have to tune one up at 155. We just currently have no upgrade material banked, so I'm probably going to wait on it. If we had like 2 out of 3 like we did for this longsword, then we probably would do it earlier. But if we're missing like 2, especially 3 components, then I'm definitely waiting. I'm just rocking the longsword a bit longer. But RNG will determine that. But anyways, guys, we're going to be ending it here for now. We will be back tomorrow, same time as always, around noon Eastern Standard Time. Game plan for tomorrow is several. Assuming they drop the Q&A sometime between now and tomorrow, we'll be going over the Q&A tomorrow then. Beyond that, which is a text-based Q&A. Beyond that, yeah, main goal for tomorrow is to go test the quests on the new beta to see how quests work in the new lost shipment thing. Because basically quest bosses work differently after the beta, or after the combat change. And this is the first time I've had the chance to try it because we'll get both our 2 alt accounts to lost shipment completion. So I'll be trying it then tomorrow. And of course, we'll be working up Scout to be bigger number than it is now. No real goal other than bigger number. Ideally like 170-ish, I would say, by then. And then whatever's left, we don't end on Friday until we get it. Will probably be the game plan then. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week, and I will catch you guys later. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching.